and we will see if YouTube knows what to do on its end.
Isn't post haste like exhaustion for one round or something?
Yeah.
Wow, yeah. Astute observation, my friend.
How clever of you.
All right. Now, my insidious plan was to post something nonsensical to Blue Sky like an hour before the game, so I'd have something to like link to. But unfortunately, I accidentally posted something that people were actually now engaging with. So,
you posted one of them spicy takes, huh?
It's a spicy take. No, it's just so
spicy?
I was browsing the Reddit this morning and I saw the same argument I always see where a DM goes on this Reddit like for DM advice, right? And is like I developed this story and I'm running it, but my players aren't engaging with it. That's the complaint. Like my players don't want to do like the story I wrote or the dungeon I ran, or I don't know how to fit the encounters I planned because they always want to go off and do random stuff. And the advice that some people give to this is always like, well, what is it they want to do? That's your story now. Just roll with it, and then everybody has fun. I think that's terrible advice, and I said so in this Blue Sky post. As like a joke, right? I tried to make it funny, so I could link to it later, and then I double the chance that people might see the link to the stream. That was the thought. I'm a marketing genius, you know me.
So I get why you're trying to do that. That's totally understandable.
And then the screen appears at the start of the It's Always Sunny episode. Brick Road gets shadow banned on Blue Sky.
Right. Well, no, I've got responses to it that people are like, yeah, I wish more people would say this. Like they're agreeing with me so far.
So far.
Waiting for the Reddit goblins to crawl out.
Yeah, I mean, like as a fellow DM, like, yeah, I don't want to remake an entire story in 20 seconds.
I think that I think the idea that there should be player buy-in for we're going to go on the next adventure when you stop the previous adventure is generally like that's not a rule most people should like if as long as the DM's out like I've done that. Like I've literally said, this is a really open world. You guys can wander around wherever you do, but you probably want to give me at least one session or we're going to go off on some random ass thing.
And people are surprised when I explain, because I get asked questions on like Discord and stuff. People are surprised when they ask me, like, I tell them, I'll often just tell the Flumph players at the table like what the adventure is going to be before we go on it. Like I'll just tell them.
Or you ask us which adventure we're going to go on next at the end of a session.
Right. So
well, I mean, because our planning for like which NPC we bring along matters for that.
Oh, I never got it. I never saw an answer to that, so I didn't prep a new one. You guys have to take an old one. I forgot to ask at the end of the session, and then I just kind of awkwardly put it in the Discord chat. And so, you guys are gonna have to take one of your old ones.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I saw it and then I forgot about it.
Oh, for the Sea Assault? Okay.
Yeah.
Peachberry. Peachberry, maybe.
Yeah, Peachberry.
Which is not the Salton Sea, but may somehow be worse.
Go there. There's like a little girl running away from a small puppy.
Is it better than the Dead Sea?
Is it more buoyant than the Dead Sea?
These are questions I tried to ask before and got yelled at.
Oh, when you say better than, do you mean the salt content?
It's open to interpretation.
Is
So,
it
like,
ionized salt?
It's better.
All salt is ionized. What is wrong with you?
I don't even know what that sentence means. That's what's wrong with me, Raz.
No, I wasn't talking to you.
See, I had to yell.
We already established that.
I had to yell at you because I have to lash out when I feel like my lack of education is attacked.
No, you don't have to worry about that.
When you're smarter than me, it makes me mad, and I have to throw things.
So if there's something I've learned about like having an education, it's that I know absolutely nothing, and it's really demoralizing and sad. And now I have a complex.
That's my experience too. So I have the best of both.
Probably better to be like I would rather be ignorant in some ways.
Yeah.
Like,
What's that one Socratic quote that they bust out before they meet Socrates in Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure? Like something like the something or other. It's like the not that knowledge is that you know nothing.
yeah, it's
like that.
humbling and it's also annoying,
Raz,
especially when you have
the
imposter
terrifying
syndrome.
thing is the more you know, the more you realize that nobody else knows anything either. And we're
Oh,
all
I'm
blindly
quite
wandering
aware.
through life.
They've done
Yeah.
studies on this, Raz. The people, like the dumbest people, think they're the most
Yeah.
competent.
I forget what that's
It's called
called.
Dunning-Kruger.
Yeah,
That's
the
right,
Dunning-Kruger
yeah.
effect. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
Dunning-Kruger's the curve where... No, wait, no, you're right,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's perceived intelligence versus actual intelligence.
And so, like, imagine that, but at least, like, I never finished college. Like, I'm not educated. So not only am I ignorant and stupid, but I'm also know how ignorant and stupid I am, and it's very frustrating.
Well, I wouldn't say that you aren't educated. I mean, like, I'm educated in one very narrow, specific thing.
Yeah.
And, like, the rest of the world is just a giant question mark to me. Like,
You spent
like-
20 years thinking about one thing.
yeah, and I
Yeah.
know that thing extremely well. And then somebody asked me, "Hey, can you name like 4 songs that Lady Gaga sung?" And I'm like, "Who's Lady Gaga?" And then he looks like an idiot, right?
You should be proud. Nobody knows about dildos more than you do.
Well, I went to a different school for that.
Now, I've also been thinking about just one thing for 20 years, but unfortunately that one thing is Super Metroid, which is no real-world application.
Oh man, no, it actually has like puzzle making and world building. Like, there's a lot you can get out of Super Metroid. A lot more than inorganic chemistry. Let's be real.
You could build a Metroid with chemistry.
Could you?
I could build molecules that look like Metroid.
Can you
and they would
build
probably
a
just, like,
flying, blood-sucking jellyfish using your science?
No, I'm not a
Ener-
biologist.
Energy sucking.
Then what is the point of anything you've ever learned?
Biology is just.
If I mix these 2 chemicals, I know why it turns blue.
Wow.
Yeah,
Well,
that's.
I mean,
I studied a
that's-
basic science. I'm
That-
sorry.
So you're probably really good at that one puzzle in Monkey Island, then.
Oh, I'm fantastic at puzzles.
Ah.
So what we're saying is that whatever you train for to do in your adult life is completely pointless and useless.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
Yeah, you can only mark 1 expertise on your character sheet. The rest are blank, and you're going to be rolling that d20 with your -1.
I like to think that any given session is somebody's like first session that they've ever seen of Flumph. So like, welcome to the dumbest, gayest D&D podcast on YouTube. Here we
Yeah.
are.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am the horny paladin. That's who I am.
There
I
might
give
be horny
Nazirr a
bards.
big smooch.
All right.
There might be horny. There might be horny bards. We don't really know.
Unfortunately, we were off last week. We had vampire problems. So who has a 100-word summary, if anybody can remember, of the trouble you got into the week before last week?
We
Oh
were
my
on a
goodness.
We're
Well,
always
before-
on a boat.
Before that, we had
always
to
on a
get
boat.
We
We had
were
to
on a
get
different
Nerium back.
boat.
we had to
Oh, yeah.
do the whole Nerium stuff, getting her back to.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I got petrified the week before 2 weeks ago, and then they had to spend all of their money bringing me back.
Yeah,
Yeah.
our take on that mission was -1 gold. Thanks, Nerium.
I actually really enjoyed how that worked out. I thought
can't
that was
believe how. Yeah, law of equal exchange.
quite poignant.
Yeah.
So I had a
Nerium made a 0
I-
gold profit.
I had a temporary character that lasted in like 1 round of combat. That was funny.
That was pretty funny.
Yeah, like you gotta learn how to play. You gotta learn how to play warlocks better, my friend.
Yeah, sorry, go.
I was gonna say like my headcanon is she just got up like a few hours later and walked away.
Oh yeah, no,
We
we're
had
not done with that character. That was
had-
too funny to let go of.
Yeah,
We had
I
a
know.
joke that like anybody whose character dies can take that NPC and just try to get them killed.
See who scores the most points by the
We're
end.
just trying to ennui.
So it's like a task. It's like the secret task for Flumph.
Yeah.
So you guys explored, I'm going to say like 30%, 25 to 30% of that big dungeon. Unfortunately now,
Oh wow.
your bosses need you to sail away from the Kovnos to your next adventure. So when you return to the Kovnos next and spend another 2 days delving the dungeon, it will have leveled up with you.
How exciting!
We're like here, right?
Oh, I think we're down here somewhere actually.
Well, we hit like a ship just as we came out of the Kovnos.
Yeah, you had sailed south of the Empire there on the way to the Salt Sea, and that's where you had
Oh,
encountered that other ship.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
they're like in this area somewhere.
Well, we
Yeah,
need like
we're
an
like-
orange dotted line trouble.
So the first thing we're going to do then is resolve. Somebody count me how many hexes between the Kovnos and the Salt Sea, and then round it to the nearest 7, please.
It's like 13, so let's call it 14.
That
Let's
would
do this.
that would be the nearest 7. That sounds reasonable.
Yeah.
If it's 14.
Yeah. So 2 weeks.
Yeah, so let's resolve 2 weeks of downtime. If you guys want to advance your training, better yourselves in some way.
I don't know if I have enough money.
I'm going to.
All right, let's see
advance
here.
my Training and trying to commune.
Is it 25 or 50 per week?
25 per week.
Oh, I do have enough. Okay, I'm gonna advance.
I would like to make 2 attempts to commune with the anima of my, or is it just 1 per long rest, per long like abstracted thing?
We were saying 1 per long rest, but also 1 per voyage. So
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. And that's
That was like 1 per week of voyage.
I thought
Is
it
that
was
a
for
4 on a
week of
D4?
voyage, yeah.
Did I say 1 per week before?
Yeah, you
I
did.
think that
Let's
sounds
let's
right.
go with 1 per week. Everybody can make 2 d4 rolls if you'd like to try to commune with your Atma.
I
We
can
just-
And that's
I did
4 on a
not.
D4?
It's a 4.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
That's 1 commune for me, and
So Ssah'ra
this was
rolled a
gonna be-
4 for
Yeah.
the chain.
Yeah.
That
Let's
puts.
see what I get.
So-
I did not come in.
So at the end of the session, because that's Ssah'ra's 10th ability point for the chain. So think about some chain stuff for the session. And what question would you like to ask of?
if Cheska could be freed from the chain, would she want to?
Oh yes, Cheska can be very, very useful to you if you find a way to free him from the chain. Absolutely.
Right.
Is what the lawful evil devil tells you.
Yep.
Who I will remind everyone is a brutal torturer who derives great pleasure from inflicting pain, particularly upon the guilty.
So
Now,
the funny
I've
thing is,
seen
Destil is communing with his past character, which is double funny right there.
Did Destil get a
Yeah.
4?
No, I got 2 1s.
Okay.
Oh, bummer.
So, Brick, now I've realized who Cheska's voice should be, and it's Julian from Tasman.
he's a
So you're
he's a
saying
he's a
Cheska-
he's a chain devil and an old homosexual.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I like that this man has a long and storied career in being a British performer in comedy, and it's just Julian from Taskmaster. That's how we
Yeah.
think about him.
We've reduced him.
All right, let's go ahead and resolve 2 weeks of downtime.
It's like, Harrison Ford from that movie, that fantastic movie Air Force One.
Oh man, Air Force One's Harrison Ford.
Yeah.
You don't say.
So I'm going to use 1 week to finish perception training.
Okay. Make sure you update on your sheet. Your passive perception will also increase if you've trained in perception now.
I have nudged up my goblin training a little bit.
Okay.
Still got a few more weeks on that.
I got 1 week left on stealth.
Okay.
I think 4 on Arcana.
Can
Yeah.
I would like to spend 2 weeks making false documents, that create a paper trail leading the Golden Claw to colluding with the Southern Kingdoms to overthrow the Kovnos, please and thank you.
Wow. Okay. What action are we calling that? Are you
I'm-
calling that
I'm-
crime?
Yeah, just is
Yeah,
that crime?
make a crime
make a
check.
crime check. Yeah, make a crime
Can you use
check.
as forgery tools? Is that a...
Yeah, I have a
proficiency?
Hold
I
on,
have
let's-
forgery kits.
Everybody else do your boring thing on your character sheet while I look up how I'm going to do this exciting
While
thing.
we do
Well,
this
hold on.
interesting thing.
Well, my character's like, man, I suck in dungeons. What can I do to contribute to the party? I know.
Intrigue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, my character was, just so everybody knows, I'm not upset at how Nerium's performing in the dungeons. I think she's doing fine for how I've made her. Which was, I made her to be the shittiest adventurer possible. And lo and behold, apparently you can do that. So
I mean,
that's
even a crappy adventurer is still a very competent character.
right, yes. Because
Yeah.
that's how 5th edition is designed, but...
Yeah, it's really hard to fuck up in 50.
But it's very it's like you stand Nerium next to Sahn, right? And Sahn's just like 50,000 crossbow bolts into the monster's face, and I'm like, I think your hair is bad. Take
I mean, with the way I've been rolling, I'm about as useful as Nerium. So.
All right, here's how we're gonna do this. We're gonna call this crime.
Call it crime. There you
Yeah.
go. Call it what it is.
So, it's at least 25 gold per work week you want to put into this.
All right. Let me see. I have to check to see how much money I actually have.
I have to get dice.
How many pillows is this task worth?
All right. I have. I have 25 gold on me. Can somebody spot me 25 gold?
Take it off my sheet. I just did.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I have 1 gold left. 60 silver.
Nerium and Sahn are friends.
Are you
This is how Sahn
investing
thinks friendship works.
any sort of magic or class features?
I don't think I have anything that would. Let me double check.
Okay.
No, I don't have anything. The closest thing I have that could be applicable would be the paints, but I'm not sure how I would necessarily use them.
I will give you advantage on the relevant checks if you want to use charges from the paints in order to create like the documents themselves. To get like the parchment to look correct, the feel of the ink, all that kind of thing, because the paints can be used to make like a non-magical item, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so you could do that. You could also use the paints, a second charge of the paints, to make a wax seal.
So charges. Remember, it doesn't work on charges. It's an amount. It's like 30,000 square feet. It's like, how many square feet is this?
How many are you willing to invest in this plot?
I mean,
You have a lot of attempts.
I have like a lot going on. So yeah. I have
Like
a- I
how many copies of this forgery do you want to make?
I mean, does it make sense for there to be more than one copy?
Possibly. This is your scheme. You tell me.
Yeah, I'll make 2 copies just
Okay.
to be safe.
Let's call that 3 square feet, because at minimum you're going to need to make the 2 copies of the letter or whatever you're making, and then 1 to make a seal. Do you speak any Southling languages?
I mean, she would not. I mean, she did function down there
Mm-hmm.
for a long time.
What languages
but,
do you speak?
Currently just Common and Sylvan on my sheet.
Okay, then you're going to need somebody to help you that speaks a Southling language. Either, I mean, everybody has Common, but the version of Common you have is not the version of Common spoken amongst Southlings. But if you have Dwarf, Elf, Halfling, Gnome...
Benedict has elf.
So if you want to bring Benedict in to assist you with this plot, that will remove the disadvantage on one of your skill checks, if you're willing to bring Benedict in.
He also lived in the Southlands for 100 years and probably speaks generically Southern Common.
Is
Yeah, they're not
that
on-
written on your character sheet?
Yeah.
It is? You have Southern Common written on your character sheet? Or Southling, or whatever we're calling
I
it?
don't know where I would put it, but like he would speak more Southern Common than Northern Common.
Well, we know that you speak this Common, because you have been. Do you have an extra language slot to use?
Oh no, I don't. So,
Okay, then you don't.
Okay, then I don't. Okay.
Yeah. So this is going to limit you to tying the Golden Claw to some kind of elven conspiracy in the south.
Mm-hmm.
Which is fine. That's you use the resources you have. Of the NPCs aboard the ship, for example, Midge would be able to speak Dwarven if you want to bring the lawful good paladin in on your scheme instead.
Oh, that's not gonna work.
Fair enough.
I think she's
So, yeah.
a cleric.
She's a cleric, but yeah.
Spend 3 charges of the paints. First, I want a dexterity forgery tools check. You can make this at advantage because you have used a magic item in order to help make the materials look as good as they can. And I'm going to say that Benedict's knowledge of the Elven language, just generic elf, right? Not like sea elf.
Yeah, it just says elf.
Elf.
Yeah, or elven.
Knowledge of that language is going to let you forge effectively the seal of one of these houses that some group of elves in the Southland Kingdoms would in fact use. You take advantage on this roll.
Okay.
Yeah, just don't tell Benedict what it's about.
Can I? Like Sahn gave me the money. Can Sahn give me the D4?
Oh, yeah, I'm only training. I can cast.
I'm going to say that you can't. Yeah, I'll allow it for this one check, I think, because this is just your forgery check. This is the check where you're actually physically making the objects.
Yeah. Okay. All right, so that's a 19 on die. My proficiency is 21, 22. 22.
Make a note that your forgery roll was a 22. I want that to be on your character sheet somewhere next to, probably maybe in the item description of the false documents you're holding.
Okay, I will add false documents.
The other checks aren't relevant yet, but let's go ahead and make them now. Because you don't have anyone to deliver these to just yet. But it's also going to require an intelligence investigation check.
Okay. That's not too bad. So that would be. Oh, never mind. By the way, actually, let me double check something because for the previous role, I have Jack of all trades. Does that apply to? No, that's just that's never mind. That doesn't apply. It does apply to this one.
Yeah, if this is an unskilled or an untrained skill check, it would apply here. You can add, I think, half of your proficiency bonus is what it says.
Yeah.
That is a 15.
All right, so mark down that your investigation roll was a 15. Next time you're in the Kovnos or wherever you're going to deliver these documents to, that's going to model your ability to determine who is the best hand to put these documents into, or where is the best place to plant them so they'll be discovered.
And I have 2 copies, right?
You have 2 copies, but that roll is going to apply to both of them.
Right. No, I just want to. I'm just making notations on the party sheet and my character sheet.
And finally, I want a charisma deception check.
Oh boy, I'm good at these. So that is the minimum I can roll, which is an 18.
So mark down that your deception check was an 18. What this is going to model is whatever you plan to do with these documents, plant them somewhere, give them to somebody, there's going to be some like underlying work you're going to have to do to seed rumors and whatnot throughout the town to lend credibility to their discovery.
Yeah, I was planning on that being my next that being my next set of actions when we got to the Kovnos, because I had a whole plan for that to make it look like Nerium wasn't the one doing it.
The good news is you didn't fail any of the checks, so you are not thrown into jail. That's what happens when you fail crime checks.
So I just magically teleport off the ship in the middle of the ocean back. Like, how the hell did I get here? You failed a check. I'm sorry.
Treble.
No, Benny and Midge would throw you in the brig.
We're going to resolve the actual planting of this false evidence next time you're there. Like, that's something we want to role play through, surely. So, wherever you've marked down those 3 roles that I've asked you to keep track of, I also want you to write that you owe me a roll on the crime complications table.
Crime complications. Okay.
All right. So when you're ready to pull the trigger on this next time you guys are back in the Kovnos, I can put my D8 to work.
What are the crime complications? I love how
They're fun.
I love how Burko was like, we're gonna call this crime. Like, yes, it is. Thank you. Thank you for noticing.
Well, to be abundantly, like, crime is one of the downtime actions in Xanathar's. Like, there's rules for committing crime.
I know, but the way you said that was just like, yes, thank you for noticing.
Finally, somebody takes a fun downtime action in this game. I'm starting to worry about you guys. All right. So that gets you guys to the outskirts of the Salt Sea, which is very unpleasant.
Oh, you also had some things to do with cleanup on the ship that we ended up having a brawl on.
Ah, yes. We were gonna.
Yeah, we didn't investigate the bottom.
Yeah, we
That's
actually
correct.
didn't. Like, we just killed fishmen.
Yeah, we literally
you're right.
stopped the session if we finished combat.
I thought that we had finished. No problem. Let's get that back up.
No, we had run late. We were running late that day, so.
Absolutely. No, I completely forgot. I have already moved this into the completed tab in my. I don't have a completed tab. It's disorganized. It's just chaos.
You need a Jira storyboard.
I need a what?
You need a Kanban board to track all your little story points.
Oh, dude, no. I mean, if I were to show you how I keep my D&D stuff organized, you would all yell at me. I would be.
Would we cry? Would we cry?
10d12 psychic damage.
Yeah, it's awful.
Do we need to like get you your own wiki?
In fact, a few months ago, somebody came on Discord and was like, "Hey, I like that. There was like an adventure from 2 campaigns ago. I want to run it for my group. Can I have your notes from it?" I'm like, "Oh, summer child. I'll do what I can." And it was the Apton and Akragon dungeon too. Like, that's a really complicated one.
Oh, that is a complicated one.
And my notes for it were just garbage. Good luck.
Maintain the illusion. That's all you can do.
Yeah. No, I mean, he thanked me and moved on, and I hope that their table had fun with it. But I am. I know sometimes DMs like to like release or publish their notes on adventures they make. I can never do that because.
You could. That could be your NaNoWriMo project. 100,000. Was it? I forget how many words it is.
That's okay.
Sorry.
It's a number. It's fine. No, you're
D6 a word.
absolutely right. We had not finished. You guys had killed the Sahagin, and you took down the orc, and you found that fantastic, just black orb that kind of sucked out of the pores of this thing, leaving behind just this, like, partially desiccated husk of a more or less normal-sized and proportioned orc. And that's where we left it.
Yeah.
And yes, there is indeed a hole right there where.
Yeah, there's a yeah.
I got it. I got you. Don't worry.
Oh man, if only we could make solid shapes, right?
This
If
is
only.
fine. This is actually very soothing. So I don't mind doing this.
Riveting DM gameplay.
Yeah.
I do not have detect magic or identify at the ready.
Well, if you're trained in Arcana, you always have detect magic.
Yeah, you're right. That's right. Sorry.
Yeah, let's look
it's
over
fine.
the rest of the ship to see if we can find anything that looks like it might have caused that anti-magic field.
Yeah.
That's why we were originally sent here.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
Benny will just start looking at doors. He'll go around.
So going around the doors on this level, these are like individual crew quarters. This looks to be at one point, a privately owned merchantman vessel that was kind of converted into a pirate ship. So you find a lot of like just individual crew quarters and officer quarters here on this deck.
If there's anything that looks like an officer's desk, I'd like to look through it.
And you find ledgers and logs and things for captain and quartermaster. You can flip through them. Hard to say if it's at all useful. Depends on who is doing business with this boat.
What was the date of the last entry?
Several weeks ago, actually.
Okay.
Well, whatever
He'll
happened to them.
bring that to the party.
Well, anti-magic didn't stop the fishmen.
Ssah'ra's gonna jump down the hole and start looking at the bottom side.
Okay.
There's stairs.
I wanted to jump down the hole. Like,
Yeah, like a snake doesn't get to jump down a hole very often.
they usually have to slither. So yeah, coming on into this room, this would have been an officer's meeting table. Like perhaps they could take meals in here, whatnot. However, the room is just destroyed. The room is absolutely ransacked, torn through. In fact, the back of the ship the whole back of the ship, because remember, Nazirr had come down as a fishman to inspect
As a dolphin.
and saw this like bizarre like wooden cage construction. Looking on the inside of it, you see splintered wood of the hull of the ship. You're below the water line here, and you see splintered and destroyed wood all around, blackened edges as though it was burned away by fire. And you're just looking out into open water. You're looking out on the other side. I guess I'll draw it out. I don't think it's going to come into play because the encounter is over. But yeah, looking out, you see about like that, about 15 feet around or so, this wooden kind of cage construction. And the water is just flowing through it, but none is entering the ship.
Is there anything in the cage?
No, it's empty.
It's how the fishermen got in and out of the boat. Like,
So, I investigating this awful orb thing. I rolled an 18 on my Arcana check.
Okay. Roll at advantage
Okay.
because you are an orc.
orc bias.
Yeah.
Hey,
Still an 18.
Okay. You think you know exactly what this thing is. And once the realization hits you, I'm going to need a constitution. Well, let's call this a charisma saving throw, actually.
Uh, 16.
16. You feel like just icy fear grip hold of you. And for a moment, you don't even want to hold this thing. You don't even want to touch this thing through your gloves. You steal through it. You hold on to it. You remind yourself like the object can't hurt you. Being an orc and having served in the Black Arrow at some point in the past, you're what, a deserter? Was that
Let's go with that.
We'll go with that.
Nazirr doesn't remember anything prior to his life in the in the Shadowed Lands.
Well, you remember this thing for a certainty. Here's what it is. When the Black Arrow began assaulting the southern walls, probably before you were born, the difficulty they were having is that Southlings had a lot more magicians to field on the fields of battle. Like, you can imagine like a cadre of soldiers defending the wall. You put one decent leveled magician in that group, and they're suddenly much more able to perform that task. The orcs had tremendous numbers. They had conquered the continent by this point, and they were training up spellcasters of their own. But they didn't have enough to field the magic opposition head on. This ball that you're holding, this kind of blackened orb, just feels smooth as glass and is kind of the size of like a cantaloupe maybe, or a large melon. This is an anti-magic device. If you knew the command word to speak it, which I'm going to require the expenditure of an identify spell, you could create an anti-magic field with this device. That's not the way the Black Arrows used it. The way the Black Arrows used it is this thing can be fused with an orc's physiology to transform them into that terrible beast that you fought, that monstrous demon orc. Who was going through the ledgers?
Benedict was.
Benedict, roll me an investigation check, please.
Okay.
Nerium is looking over your shoulder, and she wants to give you a d6.
Nerium's on the deck below.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Can I still get the d6? Otherwise, it's a 3.
I don't think a d6 is going to help you roll.
I mean, I could get a 9. I don't know. Yeah, I have a 3.
Yeah, so if you learn the command word for this device, you can create an anti-magic shield. You don't know how big it is or what the properties of it are, but simply being an orc, you are highly vulnerable to this particular object. It is dangerous to you, probably inert to anyone else as far as the transformation goes. This is almost certainly the artifact that Tenacity wanted you to bring back.
Nazirr retches for a moment when he realizes what this is, and then sets back up against the wall for a second, still holding it.
Benny
He's
puts
like-
his hand on you and says, "You okay?"
Memories jumbled. I can't really put words to it.
This thing?
Maybe
Nerium.
I'll explain it.
Yes.
The downstairs room you're standing in, this would be the row gallery. This is where people would sit if the ship needed to be rowed. So you have oars poking out the side, high up on the walls here. And then behind you, you have what looks like a small kitchen area, a small food preparation and pantry area, and then storage in the back of the ship that you guys have not gone through yet.
Nerium makes note that like this this ore setup is really bad because like if they had like 7 people on this side and 3 people on this side, they just go in circles.
Yes.
So, and then she's gonna go to the open this door.
So you have to give a lot of leave. I think this was an incarnate map that somebody had drawn. This has been in my folder for a long time, but yes, you would not have.
I think those might be cannons actually on the map.
You think
'Cause
so?
they're fatter in the middle. Yeah.
Oh, no, yeah. Now that I'm zoomed way in, and maybe they're like footlockers in
Yeah,
between.
maybe. Yeah.
I mean, they're
Nerium
not cannons now.
Right. Yeah. No.
Nerium just has to make the most catty thing she could possibly could
Well,
about
listen.
everything.
These losers died to fishmen,
They did die to fishmen, yes.
and they have bad. Their ore setup is bad.
What I don't understand is how the fishmen were working with the orc. This seems like 2 separate factions? It seems like the orc was the original crew and the fishmen were
Was
fishmen.
this door?
That-
Oh, is this door locked?
No,
Before I go in there.
none of the doors are
Okay.
locked.
Okay.
That
And the Fishman could have just hired the orc as a mercenary or kidnapped him and made him a slave.
Nazirr, give me a history check at disadvantage because you're an amnesiac.
well, there's a 7. Let's see if I can roll lower than a 7. Nope.
So, yeah, Sahn's question just makes your head hurt, but it's probably a very pertinent question to ask next time you come across a previous Black Arrow warrior.
What was
We
the
have
question?
a-
I'm sorry.
The question being,
Why were fishmen working with this demon orc? Because they were
I
fighting
guess-
you together.
Right. Because he was in this room right here.
Originally,
You know
yes.
this,
Then he punched
'Cause
his
he
way
punched-
up.
He punched his way through the floor.
Yeah.
exactly.
Like, my initial thought was they had locked him in the room. Because, like, what do you do with a giant orc?
Nerium.
Yeah.
Let's start writing stuff down.
Oh, okay. Let me get open notepad.exe, sir.
700 pieces of copper.
Gotcha.
8,000 pieces of silver.
Gotcha.
1,200 pieces of gold.
Gotcha.
80 pieces of platinum.
How many electrum?
0. In fact, fun fact, none of the treasure tables in the DMG give electrum. They're all just blank.
Why does it even exist? That makes
Nobody knows.
It's like your DM decided to give you $50.
Roll me a D100.
A D100.
Yep.
All right.
Ooh, it's wild magic.
I'll paste it in the chat in a minute. Just give me a sec.
I also
How
figured that.
mobile is that orb?
It's like kind of just smaller than the size of a basketball. Like this could fit in your pack. You can wrap it up in
Okay,
cloth.
there's nothing like it doesn't like have a big pedestal it has to be chained down
No.
to or anything like that.
Yeah.
No.
I'm gonna wrap it in a cloak.
84.
Carry it that
84.
way.
In addition, you find 7 50 gold piece value gems. So this accounts for the purse of the ship. This is the liquid assets that they were carrying. It looks as though they just unloaded a decent amount of cargo, actually. Now, I need you to roll me a d4.
A D4. Gotcha. 2.
And now I need you to roll 2d100.
2D100. Gotcha.
I usually do this all by myself in between sessions.
No, I listen. I don't get to roll that many dice.
So it's exciting.
Yeah, like I legitimately don't. That's a 16 and a 56.
A 56. One of the objects, you find 2 magic items, one of which is a potion of heroism.
Oh, that's pretty good.
And the other, I have to go to my randomizer here.
+3 full plate.
Yeah, no, not on this
Not on
magic
this.
table.
Sorry, I thought you were trying to add these together.
No, I need 2 separate rolls.
Basically, every spell I have is the DM gets to roll for me.
Yeah.
So
I played a character that was like that, and it was fantastic.
I don't know. I kind of just miss
Okay,
I mean,
roll
I'd rather
me
that.
a d5.
a D5.
Figure it out, Johnson.
Man.
You're smart.
Roll a d10.
I know how to do a D5.
You have 4 of them over here.
I have an actual physical d5 somewhere, and I've tested it, and it's fair. It's just really strangely shaped.
It's just really strange. That's an 8. So that would be a 4.
A 4.
Yeah, because 9 and 10 would be 5.
Excellent. Now I need my phone. This is the only thing I ever use my phone for in D&D is looking up spells.
That app hasn't updated in forever unless you got a new one.
Yeah, I know. I
just used D&D Beyond's app.
We have a druid in this party, correct?
Yeah,
Last I
heard.
checked.
Yes.
Which of you dorks is a druid?
Nazirr.
Nazirr.
Dork.
We
Nazirr,
have a
you recognize this spell scroll in this beautiful lacquered case. It is a scroll of Summon Elemental.
oh, holy shit!
That's a good one.
That's a good one, indeed.
We have another summon scroll, don't we?
It's like summon animals.
You almost ended up with locate creature. Ooh.
Ooh.
We have conjure animals.
Conjuring.
Yeah, but no, I would absolutely forego my share of treasure to take that scroll.
So this is ship treasure. This belongs to this needs to be split amongst everybody in the deceit. Everybody gets a take.
Yeah.
You can probably immediately subtract the orb because that was the quarry you were sent to receive. So that's not going to count at all towards the treasure. That's just going to go to Double L. And for investigation and exploration of its possible applications in piracy. So what is the grand gold piece total?
You're gonna make me do math.
Yeah.
Hold on.
I told you to write all this down. Did you not?
I did 1,200 plus. So it's 10. It's 10 to 10 to 10 to 10, right? Not crazy. Or is it 100? Okay. So that's
2,807.
In
Yeah.
the currency section on the group sheet, there's a thing that says group. You just put it in there, it'll calculate.
Oh, I just did it really quick.
So 2,807 gold. That's all the gems, all the coins.
Oh no, I gotta put the gems in too. Sorry. Plus 3157 for all monetary.
3157.
plus a potion plus a scroll.
And
So-
the 8 tridents. I don't know if that has any value.
Yeah, 8 tridents. I mean, they are magical tridents.
So the tridents that caused rust nonsense.
Yeah, my AC is still reduced.
Yeah,
could probably-
we need to repair your armor.
I'm
Set,
just going straight to Midge after. But...
set the tridents aside for now, unless one of you wants one. Does any of you want one?
No.
Okay.
Ssah'ra might. I don't know.
So your take from the gold and the gems, each of you are taking 212 pieces of gold.
Okay.
That is your share for each one. If you would like to forego your take and instead have either the scroll or the potion, you may.
I would love that scroll.
Good.
Sorry, could you repeat the take?
212 pieces of gold.
Thank you.
Let me look up Potion of Heroism just so I can remind everybody what it does.
Wow, these pissant pirates who got schooled by Sahagins were worth like 212 times as much as that dungeon run you did.
Right?
For 1 hour
They were
after-
worth negative 212 because we earned negative gold.
For 1 hour, you get 10 temp hit points and a bless spell with no... And a bless spell, that's it. It's okay, I thought it also made you immune to fear, but it doesn't.
There's also
question, actually.
stuff like ballista ammunition and like basic supplies and things and sundries. We're not going to deal with all that bookkeeping, but you are spending a few hours carting all this kind of stuff over. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
All goes to the
This
gargoyle.
is this is Conjure Elemental,
summon elemental.
Summon Elemental.
Level 4 spell out of Tasha's.
So I have a question, Britt.
Yes, sir.
These potions that we can buy with our shares, are these potions that are like replenishable from like, because we have like replenishable healing potion?
No,
Like, do these-
nobody aboard the ship's going to make you a potion of heroism.
Okay.
Those
I'm
healing
just
potions are being made for you by herbalists aboard the ship.
So these share potions are just one use.
Yes.
Okay, I'm just debating whether I want this carry.
To be so like to give you context, Raz, we had a Potion of Heroism in our bag for the entirety. Like we got it like in the first dungeon we did in the
We
last
just never
campaign,
used it.
and we never used it because we might need it later.
Yeah. Immune to fear, temporary hit points.
Yeah, you're supposed to finish the game with all the elixirs still in your inventory. That's how this works. All right, are we happy with everything that happened aboard this ship? Are we
Yeah, can we
done
sink it?
pillaging? Yeah,
I think we're gonna
absolutely.
sink a ship.
You
Okay,
absolutely can.
I am going to draw a.
Hey! Before you start doing anything stupid and ridiculous, we should signal the deceit.
That's already
No,
happened.
hey.
The deceit's already come up alongside you. You guys, the crew spent a few hours because Tenacity wants this ship stripped. She wants all the provision, the ammunition. She wants all their goods. Like, this is a good day for her. Y'all done well. Because remember, this ship, this one kind of made the deceit show its butt last time they had an encounter when the chips were turned around. And you guys brought exactly not the anti-magic device that she was looking for. So yeah, when Nerium floats this idea of, hey, can we sink this ship? There is like riotous exclamation amongst the rest of the crew. Like, this is a great spectacle. Ronald makes popcorn and brings it up.
Nazirr makes it a point of handing it directly to Double Owl rather than Tenacity.
Yeah, no, they treat this object as though it is incredibly dangerous. And what's your passive insight, Nazirr?
14.
14. As you hand it off, and like Al and Tenacity kind of congratulate you guys on a job well done, you get the sense, especially from Al, that he already knows what this object is and what it's capable of. And something about him already having that knowledge and having not shared it with you maybe a little sketch. I'm sure it's fine. Let's sink this boat.
Awesome.
So how are you doing
Yep.
it?
I would like. Does anybody have like any? I was just gonna like draw like a window on the bottom of the ship and then have somebody open it. Maybe Benny, since he can breathe water.
I thought we were gonna do this with fire.
Yeah, can we just set it on
Yeah,
fire?
no, let's make it.
Not much-
Let's give it some spectacle here.
Not much of a show if it just sinks into the water.
Oh yeah.
Benny will
That's
strike a
true.
torch and
Okay.
he'll hand it to Nerium and say, "You want to do
Well,
the honors?"
okay, hold on this. I'll use hold on. How big is
Are
that?
you gonna
How,
draw fire?
Are you gonna draw fire?
well, drawing fire, like it actually tells you what happens if you draw something like energy based. Basically, it just there's a big whoosh and it dissipates. So like maybe if you did that in a if I did that in a, like an enclosed area, it might do something. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to draw a barrel of oil,
Okay.
I like that. Yeah.
and then we're going to like
Oh, just you stand back, and I'll pyrokineticus a torch into it.
yeah, just so Nerium spends 10 minutes. She draws she draws a very large like tub or barrel of oil, like, and it's like a cartoon barrel that just says oil on the side.
I'm going to say you can spend 1 square foot of your paint to coat 1 square foot of the adjacent ship with oil.
Do we not have any oil on the seat?
They don't want to use it for this purpose, no.
Yeah, sure.
Torched all the fabric and just let it catch fire.
I'll use 10 square feet because it's a ship. It'll catch on.
Once the fire starts, it will go.
Yeah. But I'm gonna draw it in the shape of a dick, and
Wow.
there we go.
And then I'll pyrokineticus fire over onto it.
So where is this happening on the deck of the ship here?
I figured it was.
So how many square feet is what I'm saying?
10 square feet.
Only 10? Okay.
Yeah, only 10.
Okay. Yeah, you get a good flame going on the actual deck of the ship, and you expect, providing the weather remains clear, that it will eventually burn out, but you got to burn through 3 decks of ship before it.
Well, it's like a bonfire. We'll just sit and watch it.
Okay.
Actually,
Have dinner.
I misunderstood what you were saying there. I heard my brain parsed one unit of paint to 1 square.
No, 1 square foot
no,
for
like,
1
that's
square
how-
foot.
Like no. So
It will eventually destroy the ship and create a hole big enough that it will sink. And the people definitely are enjoying watching like the mast and the sailcloth go up.
Nerium would use like 100 square feet in that,
All
in
right.
that case.
Let's see if we can run these paints out before the campaign's over.
Yes, that's my goal. Yeah.
It's like I thought he wants to end the final session is paint the end on the.
Yeah. I'm waiting for Sahn to run out of just completely run out of crossbow bolts, and Nerium sitting there like furiously drawing them.
That would be fantastic.
It's just like furiously drawing crossbow bolts.
That's a bad day though. Like you're out of paint, he's out of bolts, and Alex is out of acid. What do you do?
That could never happen. Let's be real.
Could never happen. All right, I'm gonna load up the deceit map now. There we go. As you guys are sailing into the Salt Sea. Now, I need to inform you, because my brain doesn't work, right? I found this fantastic map in the new-ish, it's not the newest book anymore, but in the Big B's book, this is this iceberg dungeon that looks awesome. I'm going to do this big-ass iceberg dungeon, but it's going to be made of something like a saltberg, right? Made of a giant mountain of salt floating on the ocean. Like, it's great. And I tried to save the map as Saltberg, but I typed Saltbert. And I didn't catch it until I went to do my second round of editing on the map. And I'm like, oh, okay, I'll just rename it. But I did, but I typed Saltbert again. So, unfortunately now, the dungeon is just called Saltbert.
Saltbert is the salt golem.
Is it named after the monster inside, the founder who found it?
And then when I imported it into Tabletop Simulator, I asked myself why I had done that. So now the map in Tabletop Simulator is named Saltbert Wybert.
There you go.
Yeah. So I apologize for all of that.
I'm just reminded of the salt golem, like in our jokes about that, about like, oh, monks, they get to move so much. This is awful.
But no, that is your destination. There are literal mountains of salt that float towards, sometimes break off and kind of float out towards the outer regions of the Salt Sea. that make them particularly treacherous to sail through. Because, I mean, just like icebergs, they're big enough, they're granular, they can have a corrosive effect on wood, and if they're large and dense enough, they can actually damage your vessel if you're sailing through and you're not paying very good attention to them. So, what they need to do is they need to identify the 5 people in the Deceit crew who are still the newbies and therefore are able to be given, without question, the most shit job imaginable.
Benedict will volunteer without being told. Damn it, lawful good or neutral good?
What is the No, that's lawful good.
You guys see how big this ship is? The Deceit?
He cares about the ship and its crew.
You see how big
what
this ship is?
What is the shit job?
What you need to do is lash a rope to the side of the ship, go over so you're rappelling down the hull, and paint the entire hull with essentially this magical oil that Al has devised. This is going to take hours. It's going to be exhausting. And literally nobody on the ship has any sympathy for you because they've all been there.
Benny doesn't have a problem with that.
Nerium's gonna go, and then she's gonna ask permission to be able to cast a spell on the ship.
What spell?
Unseen Servant. Basically, she just wants to sit down and like spend the next however many 10 minutes. It's a ritual spell, so she's just gonna sit there and every 10 minutes cast an Unseen Servant to do this job.
Sounds almost like Nerium doesn't want to be a team player.
Nerium, what? Nerium is getting the job done. She's just not hanging over the side of a ship, ruining her hair with salt water.
Here's the thing.
Ross points his notion of working smarter, not harder.
Double Owl loves this idea, but he thinks given how the size and immensity of the task, he thinks it is more prudent if instead of casting the spell as a ritual every 10 minutes, you simply cast it as an action, use your spell slot. And then that way there are 6 people painting the ship instead of 5.
He's got you there.
I don't currently have any spell slots.
Oh, everybody take the benefits of a long rest. You guys have been sailing for weeks.
Enjoy.
Treble.
So
we're not getting into this.
Is Nerium actually going to give the officer static about this task?
No, she was just offering, I can, we could have a whole bunch of people doing it, whenever. She won't be, lazy during this. She's just pumping out additional people.
So yeah, you can, over the course of the task, spend a spell slot every hour to create a 6th person to assist you in...
Instead of doing that, I could literally just... there's no... It's not concentration.
Correct.
You're just gonna burn all your spell slots to come into 6 of them?
How close are we?
I mean, you've got to cover the whole hull of the ship at the waterline.
Oh, I mean, how close are we to our destination?
Oh, this task is going to take you several days before you reach there. So this is the last few days before you come to the borders of the Salt Sea.
What I'm asking is, are we going to get another long rest?
I think it would probably take 2 days of work, I would estimate. So yeah, you'll probably be able to blow all your slots on Unseen Servants, take a long rest, and then spend all your slots on Unseen Servants the second day as well.
Well, that should make it take a lot less than 2 days then.
Maybe. But there is no universe in which Nerium does not tie herself off and go over the edge with a paintbrush.
Okay.
There is an element of hazing to this.
Do we have to get underwater to do this too?
That's what my question was. Do we have to do the underside?
No, and because here, what you're doing is you're going to be painting at the water line and then up the sides of the ship. And the idea is that what this will do is, first of all, it'll have it'll seep into the wood. It's a magical oil that will give it some measure of protection against corrosion. The second thing it will do is it will kind of change the visible color of the water to reflect its relative salinity. And this is going to a accomplished helmsman like Peachberry can then use that information to determine where there might be saltbergs dangerously hidden under the water unseen. So it's an important task you're being trusted with. And Tenacity makes the point that so far, you 5 have proven yourself very capable of rising to every important task they has given you. So she has great faith that you guys can do this shit job.
Benny was already
Nazirr
going
is
to
not-
volunteer, but he's already discerned that, oh, yeah, this is a hazing ritual.
So
Whatever, might as well get it over with.
Nazirr does this, but very grudgingly.
I'm going to be calling for skill checks. And Nerium, I'm going to have you make all your skill checks at disadvantage. Because you're
Why?
trying to coordinate how many unseen servants at once?
Oh God. I mean, I just tell them to. Like, I don't
Right,
have to
but if you go
coordinate.
more than 60 feet away from you, the spell ends. You have to do this whole task making sure none of these unseen servants ever goes more than 60 feet away. Otherwise, the other spellcasters amongst the officers of the ship are going to laugh at you.
This is Brickroad punishing Treble for trying shenanigans to get out of bullshit.
Never
It's not
do anything creative.
Yeah.
I'm having way too much fun with this.
Well, how many spell slots do I have? Let's see. Hold
That's-
on. So that's gonna be 7 unseen servants.
Okay.
Plus, if they'll give me 10 minutes, I can summon an 8th one.
No, that's 10 minutes you could be spending painting.
But having an extra unseen servant would be more beneficial than 10 minutes of painting.
The officers disagree.
So there is no purpose to this. This is purely amazing.
No, it's a dual-purpose task. It is hazing, but it's also, hey, we need to do this. This is something you need to do to the ship before you travel into the Salt Sea.
Uh-huh.
So the first day, what I want everybody to do is give me... Let's just get a strength check. We're just going to call this straight strength across the board.
Can I use percentages on myself?
Yeah, that's... And remember, all these unseen servants have a strength of 2.
Okay.
Fantastic.
That's 22 on Sahn.
Okay, you're just looking for a DC 10.
0.
Hey, Ssah'ra rolled a 2. 'Cause I'm also-
Hey, we're the
21.
strength guys, and we failed. I have a 7.
Okay. If the unseen servant fails that strength check, I'm going to rule that as like the servant slips free from the ropes, unable to do the task properly, and it just vanishes into the water.
Oh, do I have to like make? So I gotta make 7 rolls for that.
Yeah, you summon 7 unseen servants.
Okay.
They all have a strength of 2, which is what, a -5?
-5.
Minus 4.
1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that's 7. I rolled a 0, by the way.
Okay.
Uh, 1, 2, 3, 4. So is it -4?
5.
It might be -4. You might need to go all the way to 1
It
to
is.
get to a
It is
-5.
-4. Yeah.
It
Okay,
is
so-
-4, yes.
Okay, well I have 4 failures and 3 successes on the unseen servants.
Okay, so I mean, some of your servants make it through the day. Did anybody else fail the strength check except for Nerium?
Yep, Benny
Ssah'ra
did.
did.
Ssah'ra did.
Ssah'ra did too?
I rolled a
Nazirr
2.
did not.
I'm awesome.
I rolled a 4.
How did Ssah'ra fail a strength save?
Because I rolled a 2.
Are you wearing your heavy armor while you're down there painting?
No.
Okay. Do the remaining 3 of you that don't fall into the water at some point graciously rescue your comrades?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, obviously.
Benny doesn't need rescuing. He can swim.
So you get about half the job done on the first. Actually, more than half because you had some unseen servants for part of it. You guys finish up the first day exhausted. You got the whole half of the hull done. And it kind of just looks like you've applied a light stain to the wood. And you're informed that this particular coating will probably last for this one voyage, but it will eventually wear out and become inert, which is why it would have to be reapplied. The stuff stinks to high heaven. You guys are inhaling just gross oil fumes all day long. It's all over your clothes. The sea already at this point is saltier than you're used to. It is just an exhausting and miserable day, and everybody aboard the ship takes great pleasure in it.
You hear Nerium whisper under her breath, "Vengeance will be mine."
And in 20 to 30 years, we'll all develop lung cancer.
Right.
We're now full of microplastics.
No, it's because of it's fumes that we didn't have proper,
Yeah.
respirators to.
We demand PPE.
Yeah.
Ronald has kind
Is this
words for
OSHA
you.
approved?
Yeah, Ronald has kind words for you. He's the one look, we've all been there. We've all done this kind of stuff before, and he makes sure everybody gets an extra helping of his hearty stew that night. Yeah. So the next day, you're all going to be working on the same side of the hull, and we're just going to call it the near side, just to simplify things. Because I had no idea how to prep a battle map for this, but go ahead and place yourselves, your markers, along the bottom hull somewhere where you're going to be working.
Like here?
Along the bottom hull, so you're all kind of in a line.
Oh, okay. So with the cutaway, got
Yeah.
it. I'll be at the end, and if anyone falls, I can grab them.
4, 5, 6, 7.
Benny, why are you so far from Nazirr?
This needs to have 30 feet worth of space for unseen servants.
Sure.
Well, further.
You're right. We'll probably be flirting with each other between brush strokes.
Like, there's just one unseen servant that just keeps getting in between the two of you.
All right. Since this is
Well, they don't see it.
completely ridiculous, let's go ahead and resolve their strength checks to see how many of these guys drop off the boat.
All right.
Let's do that first. I think that'll simplify life for
Could the
everyone.
players do strength as well?
No, none of the players need to. I just want to delete some of these unseen servants.
Okay. All right. There you go.
Trouble, this is twice today you've had to be creative, and I've had to do extra work.
Sorry.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna have to. You're ruining.
Gonna go on RPG horror stories and be like, my DM, I tried to be creative with unseen servant, like an underutilized spell.
Yeah.
And the DM punished me for it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no kidding. Like honestly, I'm a little bit confused by that myself.
Treble's trying to steal my DM agency here. Okay.
I don't know about that.
So how many? 2 servants are left at that?
Yeah.
All right. Let's go ahead and roll some initiative.
Okay. Well, I don't have any spell slots.
Are we using our artifacts right now?
I'll leave that up to you.
I'd keep the cloak. Yeah.
Okay. Who is wearing heavy armor while performing this task?
Can you swim in heavy armor?
You cannot. You will sink.
No, I'm talking about
I
specifically
don't
Benny.
see why I would. I don't see why he would for this.
Okay.
I have light armor that I wear around the ship.
Yeah, Benny can because he specifically has a swim speed and he can breathe underwater.
I mean, knowing that we're going to be attacked, I want to say yes, but logically no, given that she fell in the water the first day.
Well, you didn't know you were going to be attacked when you woke up this morning.
Yeah, so let me change. Okay, so
Yeah,
he doesn't have a shield either.
To be clear, if you're wearing heavy armor and you sink into the ocean and you don't have a swim speed, you're going to sink and drown. That's virtually a guarantee.
because they didn't cast water breathing on us because they're selfish.
No, because it's more fun when you guys fall into the water and they have to fish you out. I mean, it's good that you guys are rescuing each other. That shows real camaraderie, right? That shows that y'all are such excellent good friends.
See this campaign just gives Brick Road a reason to treat us all like trash.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that by the end of the campaign, we're going to kill everybody on board the defeat and take it over.
I mean, you might.
Oh, I got
Telling me you want to kill Peachberry?
Oh
can
no,
stay.
absolutely not. Peachberry's the one that gets to live.
She's our precious bean.
Our precious little cinnamon roll.
Oh my goodness. All right.
Their anime OC. No.
No?
What is wrong with you, Brick Road?
No, nothing's wrong. Everything's great.
Why are you like this?
Treble, you do realize that every time you whine and complain, he's just going to add
You're gonna
6
hear,
more.
Do 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 do.
Who is the top?
Do 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 do.
Who's the top of my order?
I
let's-
believe I am
let's have-
at 16.
Let's have everybody except.
yeah.
Was it me that did it last time? Yeah, it was me that did it last time. Everybody except me roll d20.
Got a 19.
9.
I also got a 19.
I got a 17.
The 9 loses it.
Okay.
Oh, all right. Oh, I gotta get picture.
So Raz
Let
is telling me
Sahn
my
first.
initiative. All right.
Yeah.
Sahn, you
Sahn,
are
you're up.
surprised.
Okay.
Next is blue.
Next is blue.
So remind me that since I've gotten to my initiative count yet, I can now take reactions, right? You want
Correct.
surprise?
You're no longer surprised at this point.
Right, exactly.
You get
Yes,
your
that's what I
reaction
wanted to
back.
clarify.
All right. Let's see who gets their feet bitten off.
I don't need those feet.
You don't, so can I just bite yours then? I shouldn't.
I have no feet.
What do the unseen servants look like? They're not valid targets because they're like
They're literally unseen.
right.
Yeah, they're. I mean, they are
It's in the
valid
name.
targets.
This is a name.
They are valid targets, but
They have
there is
they have an AC and 0 HP. So if I attack them once, they're just gone.
they have AC 10, 1 hit points, and a strength of 2. It cannot attack.
Okay. So
But they are an invisible, mindless, shapeless medium force.
they're invisible, but there isn't like an empty loop of rope and a paintbrush moving around.
Right? Yes, exactly.
Okay. Benny, you're not wearing your heavy armor, right?
No, I have leather armor.
Leather armor.
Yeah. Studded, actually.
There's suddenly a splash behind you, and you feel pressure against the underside of the boat as though something has rammed it just underneath your feet. Remember, you're dangling kind of just at the water line, right?
Yeah.
So depending on how tall your character is, or you can probably raise and lower yourself a little bit. And you realize there is a dire shark trying to eat your legs, heretofore unseen in the waters around you. The reason this is concerning is because you are deep enough into the salt sea now that creatures should not be surviving like this. A shark of this size and this ferocity should not be able to live in an ocean this salinaceous?
Salty.
Oh, salty, right. Like
With this high of a salinity.
pretzels are salty. The ocean is salinaceous. Anyway, dire shark attacks you but missed. And now you're aware of a dire shark and several other smaller shapes looping around in the water behind you. Who's next?
Next is Nerium.
I guess Nerium's surprised.
Is surprised?
Next is green.
Okay. I have to make a roll here. Only one. D8 is... Actually, there's 8 of you on the board. Counting 2 on the... No, there's 7 of you on the board. I can't count. I'll just re-roll 8s. Benny again.
Oh, I'm so lucky.
Benny.
Blue really pops against the salt water of your.
I get to make 2 attacks with this guy. Remember, your AC is going to be lower if you're not wearing your regular armor. I don't know how you guys keep track of that on your sheet.
I already have checked.
Okay, so I don't need like ridiculous 23s and 24s to hit you guys.
Not yet.
I have a 14 to hit you
14's my AC.
and a 10.
A 10 does not.
Now, I am keeping track of each of your ropes. Each of your ropes has 15 hit points. And there are 7 ropes, one for each of you. Benny, I'm about to roll 2d6 of damage. You can either take both d6, or you can apply half one of these d6 to your rope to reduce the damage you're about to take. It's up to you.
Oh, I applied to my rope. I can swim.
You can swim. You're not.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So
Hey, I'll send them both to the rope. I don't care.
you can't. Or you can
I
split
can't.
it, or you can eat both of them.
I will split the damage.
Excellent. So that's going to be 6 points of slashing damage to Benny, and 5 points of slashing damage to Benny's rope, as what looks like, it almost looks like a lash of seaweed, just like some flotsam floating underneath the water, lashes up, but it is razor sharp. And it slashes across your leg, and one of the vines reaches up, you swing to the side, and it puts a gash through your rope. Your rope now has 10 hit points. If your rope is reduced to 0 hit points, down you go. And then the creature, or whatever it was, vanishes back down into the water from whence it came. Who's next?
Next is Ssah'ra. And then
Is
Nazirr,
surprised,
and then me.
is surprised, is surprised.
Yeah. So back to the top of the song.
So, Sahn, you have a valid target in the shark. You also have just kind of a nebulous mass of evil seaweed below the water, if you'd like to target that instead.
Okay. First thing I'm going to do is spend a charge from the cloak to remove my shield from my bindle and equip it as a bonus action.
Okay,
Since there's no reason I would have had my shield out doing that work.
sure.
And then I will go ahead and take a shot with my standard action at this blue thing.
All right.
Looks like a blue thing. Looks like a token I should shoot.
Yeah, the shark that's trying to eat your...
That hits a 19 on armor class.
19's good.
So the hand crossbow, so d6. Dealing a total of 6 piercing damage.
Okay. Yeah, you put a crossbolt in the thing, and it starts to leave a slow, dark trail where it starts to bleed into the water.
Can I use some of my movement to climb back up the rope?
You can, but climbing is effectively moving at half speed.
Sure. I'll climb 10 feet up.
Okay.
I think that feels sufficient. That's the end of my turn. We got blue with... Sorry.
So we'll just say the sun has climbed up to this point on the deck.
Yeah, that's good.
About halfway up.
Next up is blue.
All right.
Get ready.
Now I have 6 valid targets. That's a 3. That is Nerium. Benny, if you'd like to drop into the water, I'll let you make the attack of opportunity.
Oh, yeah, I'll do it.
Okay. So go ahead and... I'm just going to reduce your... your rope still has hit points, I guess. But we're going to put you down in the water then.
I have 15 to hit.
15 will hit.
I'm going to smite it.
Attacking with your paintbrush?
Sure. I mean, I assume I have my longsword always at the ready, right?
Sure, but it wasn't in your hand at the moment. You were holding a paintbrush. So
Can I...
you have to drop
what-
you have to
get
drop
More hands!
you have to drop the paintbrush.
Oh, yeah, I'll do that and draw my weapon.
Oh, you're gonna have to explain to Double Al that you lost his paintbrush.
Oh, that's fine. I'm sure he has another one.
Well, he had at least 7.
All right, so I have 11 slashing and 4 radiant.
All right.
Unless this creature is undead, in which case you get to add another.
Oh
D8.
yeah, is it undead?
No,
I mean, it could be for the assault. right?
it is not. Yeah, and the thing's gonna go over and try to eat Nerium instead. Nerium, you have all your hit points, right?
Yes.
What is it with this low rolls on this monster? That's a 14 to hit?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead and re-roll that from Siphon Salience.
That's a 13 to hit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Giving myself the advantage.
$21 points of shark damage as the thing crests the water and jaws just take a bite out of your haunch. That was your favorite haunch. Yeah, you are now bleeding profusely into the water, so further attacks from this creature will have advantage against you.
Okay, that was almost all of my hit points.
That was blue.
Nerium,
So,
you're up.
Nerium is going to cast invisibility on herself.
Okay.
No, hold on. Well, I didn't mean to mark that. I marked the wrong thing wrong. But yeah, so I use my free casting of invisibility, and I am going to climb the rope.
Okay. You're gonna leave the
Yeah.
things. Oh, it can't see you. So
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, so I'm going to climb the rope.
I'm gonna say 10
Are
feet
these
per
a-
deck.
Okay, 10 feet per deck. So basically, does that get me like up this high?
Yep, I can see that high.
Can I actually see into the boat?
You can see into the deck there, but the hole is too small for you to
I
crawl through.
teleport inside.
Okay.
You guys hear Nerium say sorry.
Yeah, and Phil and Noose are standing there
And yeah, she's
enjoying a
bleeding.
bit of
She's-
leaf. And Phil gets to his hooves like, what the bloody hell?
And then Nerium says, I got bit by a shark. There's more out there. And then she just kind of slumps down.
Okay, so you've now announced to the crew that there is a shark problem happening. Who's next?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is-
Oh, I'm sorry. Next is green.
Green.
Hopefully that helps everybody.
Sitting here typing.
I only get one lash again. But I do get multi-attack on that lash. And there are now... Oh no, I've got somebody in the water. Both of these need to go to Benny. Understood. This is what happens when you decide an encounter and then don't run it for 2 weeks. Benny.
Yep.
I have a 13 to hit.
13 does not hit.
I have a 19 to hit.
19 will hit.
Okay, you no longer have the option of giving this to the rope. You're going to take 9 points of slashing damage, and you are grappled by the seaweed and can no longer swim upward. If you want to swim downward into the depths of the ocean, you are allowed. Basically, this massive just kelp or flotsam or whatever it is lashes out, slashing through your leather armor, grabs hold of you, and wants to drag you downward.
Yep.
And you're like, but for me, it was Tuesday. Who's next?
Next is Ssah'ra.
Okay, so the shark looks pretty far away.
Yeah, that's what, about 20 feet away from you, and underneath you sits down in the water, and you're attached to the side of the ship.
Yeah, so I guess we're gonna go up 10 feet, and then maybe like. So, where is 10 feet above the water line? Would that put me on the next deck?
If you climb up 10 feet, yes, that puts you up on the next deck.
Is that within 10 feet of the water line? Can I stab it with a glaive?
If you're directly above it, yeah, because you've got a reach weapon.
Yeah, okay.
So if you use 20 feet of movement to go up to the deck, and then another 20 feet of movement to, yeah. Well, it's going to be 20 feet because you're climbing. Everything, it counts as difficult terrain while you're climbing. But yeah, from that position, you could stab down at it. Or you could stab either of the unseen servants.
I'd rather stab the shark.
Okay.
It's gonna be a 19.
19 will hit.
For 10 points of slashing damage.
All right. Yeah, you get into position. Did you drop the paintbrush too?
I did.
All right, it's coming out of your pay. Yeah, you get the glaive in hand.
You want it to cover us.
Reach
Each one
down.
of these paychecks.
Give this thing a gouge. And yeah, you got pretty good angle on it. As long as you stay directly above it, you'll be within its reach. Who's next?
Next is Nazirr.
Nazirr.
Nazirr separates from his rope, dives in, and turns into a shark.
Okay.
He's going to engage.
But the
the
paintbrush
shark.
is melded into your form, isn't it?
Exact. Actually,
He doesn't lose that out of his stipend.
he's going to swim toward the creature that's on Benny and attack it.
Okay. It's not really a creature that's on Benny. It's this massive seaweed, one of the tendrils of which has latched out around Benny.
I want to point out the unseen servants are still just painting.
Yes, they are.
Hey, we're still getting
They
work
have
done
got new
during this
commands.
combat. That's how efficient we are. Combat breaks out, we're still working.
I've got 2 extra hands. Can I use one of those to keep painting?
So what's nice is I have pack tactics available to hit this thing,
Okay.
to attack it.
Yeah, I would say Benny's within 5 feet of the thing that's grappling him.
Yeah.
Some might say 0.
It'd be scary if it weren't.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go.
I
ahead
don't want to
and
imagine that.
bite at it. Dirty 20 to hit.
That'll hit. It has an AC of sea garbage.
4.
3 points of piercing damage.
Okay. Nazirr, you
Sir.
are suffocating. You are functionally holding your breath right now because the salinity or the salaciousness, I forget what I was going with, of the water is such that you cannot survive here in your shark form.
Okay.
You can hold your breath for a number of rounds equal to your constitution score, is I believe the ruling.
Yeah.
And then after that, you have to start saving against taking damage. So how many
Okay.
rounds do I have before I can start suffocating you?
13.
13 rounds. And you're going to keep track of that on your end, yes?
Yep.
Excellent.
Yep.
Oh, Benny's underwater too. Does that same thing apply to him if he's trying to breathe water?
Yes, it does actually.
Okay, he has 12 rounds.
I made a special note because I anticipated him turning into a fish, but I forgot you already are a fish. But yes, it does account as long as you're breathing through like your natural biological processes and not through like magical water breathing. All right, is that it for Nazirr?
Okay. That's it for me.
All right, who's next?
Next is Benny. Benny slipped sideways, but bonus action shield of faith.
Does that ever get old when Nazirr like moves in to protect his man?
Yeah,
And his man just
yeah,
vanishes into the Feywild.
I was just like, oh, don't do it. What do we got here? Oh, it's a 78.
Fireball.
Well, so that was what I was hoping would happen, because nothing would happen.
He pops back around later. He's like, yeah, the Mad Hatter was having a tea party. Couldn't miss it. Sorry.
Let's see here.
You cast
Oh,
polymorph.
that's fun. Well, don't read that because Benny's gonna disappear. But I need to actually see what happens here.
Okay, so that will bring Benny out of the grapple.
Yes.
I'm just gonna-
Here's-
Since we don't have squares on this board, I want to remember where you're gonna, or where you've left from. We're just gonna do that for now.
Okay. Yeah, I have something to resolve here.
Oh no.
Yeah. Well, I still get to reappear where I want to. But,
Yes,
Is that the start of your next turn, right?
at the start of his next turn. So that's it
but
for
I
Benny,
mean, regardless of this effect. But yeah.
and that is going to.
Oh, sorry. I need to do that too. So now we're back to Sahn.
I'm gonna award you 1 AP for the Thibits.
Can I get a beat on that shark from up here?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, the boots are not
So-
in this thing. I gotta.
Pulling back my hand crossbow bolt and firing.
So much left over
That'll
Halloween
hit an
candy.
armor class of 11.
11 will not hit.
All right. Bonus action crossbow expert. That'll hit a 26.
26 will do it.
2 bolts. And the second attack deals 7 piercing damage.
Okay.
And that's the end of my turn.
I need to pause really quickly. If my wild magic effect from the boots causes a save DC, what is the DC?
It's the other ones are like 14 or yours, whichever is higher, if I recall. Let me double check there.
Oh,
Yeah,
is
I
it
don't-
not listed on the card?
Yeah, it
the
doesn't
card
say
is
on the
not in
card.
the.
Oh my god. This
Well,
I
have the card here.
I told you guys that I'm not prepared to run D&D ever. My notes are so terrible. Here, let me bring up the card on my end for one moment. On the Homebrew website that I use to make those nice looking cards. It doesn't specify in the item because I hadn't thought of that, I suppose.
Yeah.
What does it say on yours, Treble? Like
It doesn't have one.
On the choker?
But I do remember you saying it was like it was this number unless yours is higher, and I want to say that number was 14, but I don't see that anywhere.
My save DC is 13. So whatever the boots are is probably higher. I'm gonna roll a number. We'll see if it matters.
Yeah, because I remember writing that.
It doesn't matter. I don't think that's a pass.
Bear with me just one more moment.
I have an 8.
Okay, so the save DC is 12 or your own spell save DC, whichever is higher. I have that written down on the Ogre Hide drum, and it was my intention to make that same, use that same verbiage in all of these artifacts.
Let me see what happened.
That's the save for the Erupting Earth effect of the Ogre Hide drum. So we're going to roll with that. It's 12 or your spell save DC, whichever is higher.
Oh man, that's going to be hilarious and also really...
All right, so whose turn are we on?
We're on blue.
Blue.
I've finished my turn.
Yeah. I'm not
Oh,
physically here.
Do I need to be closer to this thing to have it within 30 feet?
I'm going to say no, just keep it simple.
Okay. Yeah.
Let's just, I don't feel like
that is the
triangulating.
one drawback of this build is my actual range is pretty limited.
But I have, I'm going to say 3 valid targets. Because one of you pissed off to the Feywild and the other one went back into the ship. All right, Nazirr, how you doing?
Sharky.
You are sharky. You're about to get sharkier. Do you have all your hit points?
Yeah.
All right. How about a 21 to hit?
Yeah.
Whew, okay. 25 points of piercing damage from the shark.
Oh.
How big of a shark are you?
Not as big as this shark.
Well, what's your size rating? Medium or large?
Medium. And then I'm a medium again because 3 points of damage bleed over into Nazirr form.
All right. Well, this thing's huge. So it's bigger than even a large shark. In fact, let's just go ahead and do this. This seems appropriate, right? So now you are missing hit points, and you're back in Nazirr form.
Yep.
So the shark has advantage on future attacks against you. That's Blue's turn. Who's next?
Next is Nerium.
Nerium is like, let's go, and she's trying to get everybody out there. There's a very large shark.
Nerium, I'm going to put a counter on initiative 20. It's a white counter that's going to represent actions that you can take, or that you can have other people aboard the ship take.
Mm-hmm.
So on your turn, you're just trying to kind of get people rallied.
Yeah, I'm just trying to like get everybody out there to assist.
Make a charisma persuasion check at advantage.
Oh, okay.
I'm already giving you advantage. I don't need to give you further advantage.
Does a 23 do it?
23 is fine. So yeah, you managed to keep a cool head. You've got Phil and Noose here when you came back in. You just really, really quickly give each of them like, hey, I need you to go here. I need you to go here. Let's get people organized. We're going to go keeping on top of things. Basic leadership role. And you can use your movement if you like.
Let me see what it takes to, as a bonus action. I mentally command, I basically move over here, stick my head out of the little hole, and I mentally command these 2 guys to jump into the water and just splash around. like they're just splash.
It's a nice sentiment, but unfortunately Nazirr is currently bleeding. So
right, I understand that. But yeah, that's the end of Nerium's yelling down, "Don't worry, help's coming." And she's not invisible, by the way. I don't know if that wasn't, I dropped that as soon as I started yelling at everybody.
all right, who's next?
Next is green.
Oh boy, how many lashes do I get this time? That's a lot. I'll just give each of you one of these guys. How's that sound? Yeah, sounds great. I'm going to roll a disadvantage against Nerium because you are just poking your head out of...
These have reach.
Oh yeah, these things functionally have whatever reach I want them to have. They're giant vines. Nerium,
Yeah,
I have a 13 to hit
that's my AC, sir.
and a 14 to hit.
Yeah. Thought you were gonna give me 1.
Well, I did. Each one gets 2. It's got multi-attack.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm probably down here, you guys. So it was wonderful.
First attack is 9 slashing damage.
Okay.
Still up.
Yeah.
Second one is 10 slashing damage.
Now I'm down.
All right, so
Hold on. I'm gonna use my reaction to give you a how many HP is it gonna take to bring you down before I do this?
Well, it was 9 and 10, and I had 14 hit points.
Okay, so in theory you might survive if I roll 6.
Yes.
Well, instead of 10, you take 7.
okay, does that still put you under?
It was 9 the first time, and 7, yeah.
Okay. So yeah, Nerium, you run out to the hole, and they're shouting, "Help's on the way!" And no sooner do you do that, 2 of these vines lash up the side of your ship, just grabbing at your head and face, just slashing, and you drop unconscious. Fortunately,
Well,
they do not grab you and pull you out.
I don't think I can. You said I can't fit through the.
No,
through
that's,
these
that's,
anyway.
that's exactly why they can't grab you out.
If they pull
So I guess
hard
I
enough,
just,
you'll
like,
fit.
Do I just fall back into the? This,
Yeah,
or am
you
I
just
hanging?
you stumble backwards and drop unconscious onto the deck. Fortunately, this is the deck that Midge is probably on, and you just sent your 2 flunkies out to find help. All right.
All right.
Ssah'ra. Oh yeah, I got 4 greens that I rolled this turn. Ssah'ra's not wearing her armor, so your AC is what?
No, it's 11.
11. So this
It's the only time
14's
you're gonna hit me.
gonna hit, and this 9 is gonna hit. Now, I have 9 plus it's turns it into a 13.
Oh, I see.
I've got 4d6 to attack you with. If you want, I will apply 2d6 of that damage to your rope instead of you.
I'm 10 feet from the top deck, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Let's have the rope do 2 of those.
All right. So yeah, your rope is going to take 8 points of damage,
Okay.
which means it has 7 points remaining. And you are going to take 13 points of slashing damage.
Oh boy.
And you're now bloodied, or you're bleeding, not bloodied necessarily.
I'm bleeding.
But if you're bleeding, the shark has advantage against you. This shark wouldn't know what to do with Genie, would it?
Be like,
Probably
"Ugh,"
the same thing it's doing to the servants.
spit him out.
Nazirr, you don't have a rope, correct? Because you let loose. I have
Yeah.
a 13 to hit Nazirr
No.
and a 19 to hit Nazirr.
Yep.
Go ahead and roll that 19 again for another salience.
Sure. That's going to turn into a 10 to hit Nazirr.
And I'm giving myself the advantage.
And Sahn, the last one. Almost a crit, not quite. That's going to turn into an 8 to hit Sahn.
Nope.
And a 23 to hit Sahn.
Yep.
I've got 2d6 of damage. Would you like to apply half of it to your rope?
No, I'm good.
All right. Give you the whole beef then. That's going to be 13 points of slashing damage from the 4th vine.
Okay.
That is the most the vines can do in one turn. That's what happens when I roll the 4 on their turn. So that's green. Who's next?
Next is Ssah'ra. Naz, get ready.
All right. Can I stab the shark?
Yeah, it has not moved. It is still trying to eat Nazirr.
Okay. Leave Nazirr alone.
Is Nazirr your favorite?
No. But that's a crit.
Hey.
Oof.
Is Ssah'ra your favorite?
That's not my favorite.
Wow.
Alright, so that's going to be 16 points of slashing damage to the shark.
Okay.
Not gonna spin your. Oop, I didn't mean to pick that up.
Oh, do I have one of those? Is that for damage?
Your psychic die?
Oh, yeah.
Because that's also a crit.
That is true. So then 6 points of force damage.
An additional 6 points of force damage, and the thing is now bloodied.
And then Ssah'ra is going to go climb up to the top deck to go get her damn armor.
Okay, so 20 more feet of movement gets you up to the deck, and then it's going to be 5 feet of movement to just kind of climb over the deck. It's going to require an item interaction, which you haven't used for this round, to slip out of the rope.
Alright, we'll do that.
Then you are now free to move about the deck. Right now, the deck is kind of in a set of surprise chaos, where you're looking around to see who's aboard. Like, you do have Peachberry standing up at the helm. Probably Tom is out here. But right now, like, they kind of just are just becoming aware of what's going on. And you can hear people coming up from below deck. Phil is coming up, shouting, "Sharks! Sharks! There's sharks!" Who's next?
Next is Nazirr. And I'll get ready.
Nazirr, have you ever been closer to being eaten by a shark as you are right now?
Probably not. So do these vine creatures count as a distinct creature?
Yes, they count as one target with 1 HP pool, but on their turn they might attack up to 4 times with 4 separate tendrils.
I see. Because what I'm thinking is of casting Wither and Bloom,
Okay.
and I'm wondering if they would have to make the Constitution saving throw as well.
I don't know what that spell does. You're going to have to elucidate me.
Each creature within the radius of 10 feet, which is 10 feet around me, basically, is going to have to make that saving throw.
Oh yeah, I'd
If
apply
they
that
fail,
to
they'll
the.
take some.
I'd apply
Okay.
that to the plant creatures. Absolutely.
Okay, then I need both the shark and the plant creatures to make a Constitution saving throw.
All right. The plants have an 18.
Mm-hmm.
The shark has a 23.
Well, they both pass. They're going to take half of this on necrotic damage.
Okay.
Taking 3 points of necrotic damage. And I will expend a hit die. As I drain the life force out of it to not die. And I am no longer bleeding.
Delicious. You've fixed yourself back to full HP. And moving or staying put?
I am staying put.
All right. Who's next?
Next is Benny. Benny failed his will save against polymorph. So Benny reappears as Benny because Benny spent 4 blips to succeed automatically on the save.
Oh, okay. Here, let me delete those.
Yeah, delete those blips. I was not going to be a sheep on the deck for an hour while this fight broke out.
Why not? Well, no, you would have been a sheep in the water
No, because I can appear wherever I want to, 60 feet away.
that you can see. You can't see the top of the deck from the water.
Oh, well, I'm glad I did this then. I probably could have seen, like, in one of the cannon ports or whatever.
Not from the water, no.
Okay. Oh, okay. Well, I did this, and I'm going to reappear to right on top of the shark, but I can't put my marker there.
Great.
And I'm going to stab the shit out of this thing. Come on, 20. 22 to hit.
22 does hit.
Yeah, we're going to smite it. That's not bad. 6 physical, or 6 slashing, 13 radiant.
Okay.
19 total.
Got it. So Benny appears. He's not a sheep.
Yeah.
And nobody will ever know that he was almost a sheep.
Yeah, nobody knows.
It's just something he keeps in his secret heart. I'm moving or staying put?
There's nowhere to move. This thing's got to die.
Yeah, who's next?
Yeah. Next is White Pawn on 20.
Okay.
I'm unconscious, so I can't direct anybody, can I?
Go ahead and resolve a Cure Wounds spell, Nerium.
Oh, okay. That's 8.
8. So you regain 8 hit points.
No, I mean like it's a D8.
Oh, okay.
I rolled a 2 plus whatever her thing is.
I don't know what it is, and I don't feel like looking it up. So let's just...
It's probably like 3 or 4.
We'll just say 2.
Sure. So regain 2 hit points. And because Midge was here on the deck, and Noose went to get her after you told them to help, and she managed to come over and give you some hit points back. So you're
Awesome.
2 HP laying prone in that square.
Yep.
Ssah'ra, when you're on the deck, you see Phil and Tom are starting to get a counteroffensive organized. So on next round, next time there's a white token, the ship can make an attack against the shark. Who's next?
Next is Sahn.
If this shark is even still alive at that point.
How far down is the shark, and how far up is the deck?
From your position, you have to climb up 2 decks to get up here to the helm. That's going to be 20 feet away, requiring 40 feet of movement.
40 feet of movement. Okay.
Going down is 10 feet away, requiring 20. Or you can just drop, I guess, if you wanted to cut your rope.
Well, I could just drop and hang at the length of the rope, right?
Yeah, you could do that too.
Okay. Well, I'm going to shoot the shark with my action.
Sure.
I have advantage from that siphon. Leveling out my hand crossbow. Hits an armor class of 26.
26 will hit.
Dealing 8 piercing damage. I will then take a second shot with crossbow expert as a bonus action, hitting an armor class of 27.
Also good. Yeah, that hits its armor class twice.
And that'll deal an additional. Boy, I really wish I had sharpshooter. That'll deal an additional 5 piercing damage.
Okay.
Can I climb along, or is the rope gonna hold me in a weird place if I do that?
No, you can climb along the deck. That's fine.
Okay, I'll spend 15 feet of movement to climb along to be a little bit more central in the fight, and that's my turn.
All right, who's next?
Next is Blue.
Blue. So Nazirr is no longer bleeding. Is Benny bleeding?
Benny is bleeding.
Ooh, let's
Oh, where's my condition?
eat Benny.
Yeah.
That's critical hit.
Oh,
Go ahead and
man.
re-roll that for salience.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping.
There comes a time in every DM's life when he decides to ban the Silvery Barb spell.
I mean, I'm down to 1 spell slot.
Because I just turned a critical hit into a 1.
1 does not hit.
No, Raz, a 1 never hits.
I'm aware. I just wanted to say it.
That's why I'm butthurt.
Yeah, it feels good, man.
Who's next?
Next is everybody else laughing at the DM,
Right.
and then Nerium.
Wow. This guy.
I'm gonna give Ssah'ra. Oh, wait, Ssah'ra's up on the deck. I'll give Benny advantage.
Okay.
Thank you.
Nerium is going to stand up, thank Midge, and stick her head back out the window,
Okay.
and cast. I need a Wisdom saving throw from the shark, please. Your DC is.
I have a 12.
That fails.
Okay.
So this is a silvery barbs. So he takes 2 psychic damage as I basically talk about. I yell down about how his fins are misshapen and ugly, and he gets disadvantage on his next attack.
Ooh.
And then I pull my head back in
Okay.
because I'm not making that same mistake twice. 5, 10, 15, and that is the end of. Actually, when you use my non-cipher bonus, bonus action. Can I actually see Nazirr, or is he underwater?
He's underwater, but you can see him. Nobody's gone, like, very far beneath the surface yet.
Okay, I shout encouraging words to Nazirr and give him my special D6.
I'll allow
There you
that.
go, buddy.
That's
Ooh,
fine.
the
Thank you.
specialties.
But if you're standing in a space next to one of those holes, I'm going to attack your face again. So you might not want to end your turn in that space.
I am, yeah. Fine, we'll just take a step back.
Excellent. Who's next?
Next is Green.
All
So I'll
right.
get ready.
So I've got 3 valid
Green
targets.
derogatory.
Green derogatory, yeah.
And 2 of them get to attack. So let's roll a d6 to see who gets off scot-free this round. Benny does.
Don't forget that these guys are just splish splashing.
Yeah, they're
They're having a good old time.
they are no longer being considered for purposes of this fight.
Aw.
Nazirr,
Sure.
I have an 8 to hit.
No.
I have a 16 to hit.
That'll hit.
Okay. You are not attached to your rope.
Nope.
Let's go ahead and apply 8 points of slashing damage. And you are grappled by the vine.
Mm-hmm.
And then Sahn. I have an 11 to hit.
Mm-mm.
And a 10 to hit.
Nope.
As one of the sharp, razor sharp lashes of kelp just slaps against the wooden deck ineffectively next to you. So, Nazirr, you are able to swim downward if you want, but not upward. That was green. Who's next?
Next is Ssah'ra. Naz, get ready.
Would Ssah'ra have left her armor and everything else sitting on the deck when she goes to paint?
That's
It
probably
takes, like-
your
It takes
sleeping
10
quarters.
minutes to put your armor on.
Yeah. It's like 100 rounds.
To put on a splint?
Yes.
Yeah, it's full plate.
All heavy armor.
Essentially.
Wow.
Yep. You can pick up your shield though.
Yeah. But I guess she'll shoot a crossbow down at the shark.
You could dragoon jump off the side of the ship with your glaive. That'd be
That
rad.
would be awesome, but I don't think that'd do anything special.
I would impose disadvantage on the attack roll. Yeah, go ahead and shoot it with the crossbow.
Wow.
That looks awesome.
As awesome as
Impose
dragoon jumps
disadvantage.
are, I'm not convinced they're actually a viable means of attack. Yeah, go
I
ahead
had a
and
really
shoot it.
They
I
took
had a-
years of study and also a bitter rivalry.
It's gonna be a 22.
That'll hit. You're attacking my shark, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go ahead and finish him up.
I don't think I'm gonna finish him with a bow, especially not with 1 point of damage.
Nah, 1 point. I mean, it erodes the strength of the shark. Moving or staying put?
I'm helping. She's gonna move back.
Okay. Who's
Alright, next is Nazirr.
This is making my life miserable.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to do that same trick again, except this time I'm going to be giving Benedict the benefit of a hit die spent.
I love hit die.
So I need this vine creature and also the shark to make a Constitution saving throw.
The shark has a 10.
Failure.
The blight has a 4.
Both failure. Ooh,
Yeah.
So let's be a little bit
Nice.
spicier this time. Each of them is going to be taking 9
Hey.
points of necrotic damage, and Benedict can spend a hit die and add 4 to that roll.
Do I add my Constitution modifier for it?
Yes.
It's a hit die. Okay, so I heal 13.
No, you add his wisdom instead.
Oh, I added his wisdom, so then it's 12.
No, instead, I think it's in addition to.
Well, let's read the class feature and make sure then if there's this much
Yep. In
contention.
addition to your one creature of your choice in the area can spend and roll one of its unspent hit dice, regain a number of hit points equal to the roll plus your spellcasting ability modifier.
So it's
Excellent.
your 4 instead of my 1. Okay. So,
No,
well,
by the way,
roll
I'm
No,
was
it's
reading-
equal to the roll. It's not equal to
Yeah.
either hit
Yeah.
type value.
the roll was my 8 that I rolled, and then you had. Okay, so. Oops, that's not how.
Does that
we do
put-
math.
Benny back at full hit points?
No, but I'm really darn close.
Well, as long as you have missing 1 hit point, I get advantage against you, which is fun.
Oh, I'm aware.
Is that for
But-
Nazirr?
Wrong.
yeah, that's it for me.
All right, who's
Oh,
next?
that's right. Next is Benny, and Benny's going to stab the shark. Do I have advantage?
Yes.
I have 17.
That'll hit.
All right. I don't have any more spell slots, sadly. 8 slashing damage.
Okay, this thing is on its last legs. Do one more attack like that, you should have it.
Do you only have
he-
two spell
I have-
slots?
I used the 3rd for Shield of Faith.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. And he's gonna just grab onto the fin to like stab at it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all. Next is white token for ship.
All right, so somebody can resolve I'll let you decide of fire either the ballista or the mangonel at the shark.
Ballista.
The ballista, right?
All right.
Go for it,
Plus 6 to
Treble.
hit. That's a 16 to hit.
16 will hit.
Okay, that's 3d10. 1, 2, 3. Plus
If
anything?
this doesn't finish it though.
Nope. Looks like just 3d10.
18.
18, and that's enough. As the order is given, Peachberry and, I don't know, probably Tom board the ballista, get the thing launched, somehow get it aimed appropriately, fire it, and Nazirr and Benny, you just feel the shock of this ballista bolt impale through this shark. Before you know it, its black blood is sleeping out all around you.
Ah, so we have advantage. No, I'm just
Yeah, if you're a shark, you do.
Oh.
All right, so that
This is
was
Sahn.
White. Who's next?
Next is Sahn.
I am going to use my action and a charge from my cloak for a bonus action to create an ice boy beneath both Nazirr and Benny to allow them to get back onto the ship.
So you're using the cloak to do what?
I'm using cloak to spend a bonus action to invoke to manifest hydrokinetics twice.
Okay.
So I'm building a 5 foot by 5 foot ice buoy to float them up out of the water underneath each of them.
Okay.
And then I will climb 15 feet up, so I'm almost to the top.
And you just about get to the top of the deck. Is that it for Sahn?
Yeah.
All right, who's next?
Next is Blue, which is out.
Yeah.
Then Nerium.
Gone.
Nerium is going to stick her head out. And can I see the seaweed monster?
Yeah, it's lashing up with its vines against the side of the ship, and there's a big mass of it forming up around your companions who are in the water, sitting on ice buoys.
Okay. Please make me a wisdom saving throw. DC is 14.
Against Plant Monster?
Yeah.
I have an 8.
Okay. Plant monster takes 2 psychic damage and is viciously mocked. Like I basically talk about how it's like the shit kind of seaweed that washes up on the shore and chokes out all the fish, and it should be ashamed of itself.
It really should. You're staying put there?
I am going to 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 move to the stairs here. Is this the only stairs up?
No,
like
you've got
over
some
here.
on the other side of the kitchen area here.
But this is the quickest one here. Yeah, okay. This is here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, yep. That's where I want to go.
All right, who's next?
Green's next,
All right.
followed by Ssah'ra.
This is probably Green's last round. Let's see if we can make it count. I've only got 2 valid targets, though. And I get 4 swipes. I'm going to resolve Benny first.
Sure.
Yeah, because... Let's just see how bad we can get here. I have a 13 to hit Benny.
13 does not hit.
Was that made at disadvantage?
It was not.
Still doesn't hit.
Disadvantage,
13
it turns into a 13.
13
Nice.
does not hit. Yeah.
Okay, and then I've got a 15 to hit.
15 does not hit.
And then the other 2 swipes for you. I've got 9 to hit
9 does not hit.
and an 8 to hit.
8 does not hit.
All right, now for the fun time. I've got 4 attacks on Nazirr to make this count.
Yep.
Nazirr, what I want
Sir.
is an opposed strength check against my blight.
Athletics or acrobatics or just...
Straight strength. It's trying to pull you off of this ice buoy and back down into the water.
Oh, it seems like a good time to use that bard dice.
Yeah.
I'm on 6.
4 is not bad.
12.
12. All right, so you succeed on that attack. I need an opposed strength check against my blight. Try to pull you back down in the water.
You got to beat a 20.
I have a 20.
Uh,
I literally rolled a 20.
Oh no! How does
Oh,
this
go ahead
work?
and re-roll that for salience.
Well,
then,
no,
if it succeeded.
the attacker would fail on that.
Okay.
20.
Okay.
Never mind.
Oh, okay.
It's not an attack roll. It's not a critical hit. This is a skill
Yes,
with a skill
opposed,
check.
yep.
Yeah.
So yeah, my third attack against you, I'm gonna try to drag you down to the water. Ah, you got to beat a 2.
I do.
My God! And then my final attack.
7.
8. I got you in the water.
Go ahead and re-roll that. That's my last spell slot.
That turns into a 4. So you're on this ice buoy and you're just because you're still grappled by the thing, and you're just
Yeah.
slipping and it's pulling you and tugging you this way and that, and it's just all you can do to keep your feet scrabbling against this ice. You're just like, not today.
Nazirr, you have advantage on your next check or roll.
All right, whose turn is it? Let's finish off my terrible plant monster.
Sorrel, you're up next. Followed by Nazirr.
Yeah.
Can I see any of these things from the edge of the ship?
Yeah, you can attack the massive razor sharp seaweed.
Okay, let's try and shoot a crossbow bolt at the thing.
Okay.
Are we at water level now? Like, did the ice buoy float us up?
Yes, you guys are above the water on the ice
Okay.
buoys.
Does
Okay.
an 8 hit?
8 does not hit.
I'm helping, guys. I'm helping.
Who's next?
Helping. Next is Nazirr.
Nazirr, finish this off.
At bonus action, I'm gonna take that staff the adder, turn it into a snake, and then bash it.
Okay.
Do
Snake.
advantage.
Snake versus seaweed.
Yep. Ooh. That's a 22 to hit.
That'll hit.
Let's see here. 4 points piercing damage, and I need it to make a Constitution saving throw.
It's gonna be a 12.
Failure. It's going to eat all of this poison damage.
Gross.
11 points poison damage.
And that is enough. As you feel the vine around you go slack, slide in the water, and the mass just begins to dissipate and break apart in the wake of the ship. Which is going to leave without you if you guys are going to stay splashing around in the water.
Well, on Benny's turn, he's going to cut the vines from Nazirr and just sort of stand there panting, looking at him, and then smooch him.
Gross.
And then they get left behind.
And then they get left behind forever.
He can wild shape, and I can swim.
Good camping, guys.
Yeah, I could easily
Yeah.
return to the
In
ship
fact-
of a wild shape.
In fact, go ahead and leave us. We need a moment.
No, they go ahead. They hoist you back up onto the deck of the ship.
We're still arm in arm.
Just around the time that Tenacity arrives at the deck with her staff. Anytime you see Tenacity come out on deck with her staff, you know some dark shit's about to go down. But seeing that you have the situation well in hand, just tells you to get back to work. And the rest of the day passes uneventfully as you finish coating the hull.
They're literally going to make Nerium do that work with her 2 hit points.
Yeah,
Like, literally 98% of her life force has bled out into the ocean.
yeah, they're gonna patch your ass up and put you back down there. Are you kidding?
Okay. Well,
Actually,
that's
it's
fine.
more than 100 because they put some more hit points into you.
Let's go ahead and take a break. If you guys want to go ahead and get your coffee, get your bagel. Let's take about 15 minutes. We'll reconvene at about 4:35.
All right, see you in a bit.
Yep. Yeah, it's Silvery Barb's video.
That's good times.
Yeah.
I think we'd all be dead like at least twice over without it.
Does Brickroad hate silvery barbs yet?
All right.
Do you hate silvery barbs yet, Brickroad?
No, I don't mind silvery barbs at all.
Okay.
It's just there's always a discussion all over the D&D Reddits about should I ban silvery barbs, and everybody's like you have to ban it. It breaks campaigns. Right now.
No, it's fine.
I think honestly, because the DM rolls so many dice, he statistically rolls higher than the players. I think that's what Silvery Barbs is designed to counteract.
I mean, like, look at that encounter we just had. Silver Barbs went off like every single round,
Yeah.
right? And I still knocked a player out. Came very close to dragging one down into the ocean forever. Like,
Yeah, I mean, you blew through one of Nazir's health bars like instantly in one shot. So
that was a CR5 monster. Like,
yeah,
Yeah, that shark was scary.
yeah, that shark was something else.
Especially when you're fighting him in leather armor.
we were at PetSmart yesterday. Prompto has outgrown his collar. We had to go buy him a new collar, and we got new kinds of like dog treats and things. We're standing in line.
Yeah,
They make little doggy birthday cakes. Okay? It's like if it's your
Yeah.
dog's birthday and you're an insane person, you can buy a doggy birthday cake. And they had two kinds of doggy birthday cakes. Okay? One of them was in blue packaging, and it says it's for a charming boy. One of them is in pink packaging, and it says it's for a darling girl. And I'm thinking, is there any difference between these two products other than the color of the packaging they're in?
No.
Absolutely not.
Has any dog, like, if I buy the wrong one, if I buy Prompto the girl birthday cake and try, he's gonna look at me like, come on, man, I need a manlier cake than this.
Do you have anything on the men's side?
They also look disgusting, by the way. They looked really awful. I don't know what they were comprised of, but they did not. It's like they tried to make them look like birthday cakes, but I don't know. They look terrible. We did not buy one. It was just amusing. We bought a dog toy that looked like a UFO instead.
that's pretty good.
I'm
Yeah.
sure he likes that much better than cake.
Lulu has not let him play with it. Lulu has.
Lulu had
Oh.
all the toys are Lulu's clearly.
Poor Lulu. Or not poor Lulu, poor Prompto.
Prompto has his own toys.
Poor Lulu having to deal with Prompto.
Yeah, no, Lulu likes the UFO because it has a super squeaker in it.
Ooh,
How is this different from a regular squeaker?
It makes a much different noise, and like it's a chew toy, right? But it's designed. I don't know what kind of cloth or fiber it's made out of, but it's supposed to be designed for dogs that destroy chew toys, which Lulu does. And so
Isn't
far,
that all dogs?
Lulu, like, on a long enough timeline, yes, every dog will statistically destroy, like, a soft toy. Lulu shreds them instantly. If you give this girl a tennis ball, she will have it denuded in 4 minutes.
I stand by my comment. Isn't that all dogs?
No, I know dogs who,
They just
like,
destroy toys.
if you
Magnus
get...
destroyed the last rope toy we got him.
Yeah, like,
We're
Prompto's
trying to-
working on a rope toy. It's been taking him months.
Oh, he's
I-
just new to the world. That's why.
I feel like the phrase you were looking for with that tennis ball was de-sleeved.
So, like, because Magnus is, what, like 50 pounds of dog?
No, he's like 80,
Oh, okay.
85, 90, something
Jeez.
like that.
Yeah, he's a big dog.
He's a big boy.
But yeah, I don't know what kind of fiber it's made out of, but it was advertised like if your dog tears up toys and like tears the squeakers out, they won't get this one. Like it's still made of cloth, but I guess it's not. So we're gonna see. We're gonna see if she can just. She's had it for 2 days almost, and she hasn't made any headway on it yet. So
The personal challenge now.
because what we'll do is on Christmas we'll go over to my mom's. My mom always buys all the dogs their little toys, and her dog can actually unwrap his own presents. It's hilarious. Like he knows what's up.
That's adorable.
She'll give Lulu a little chew toy at the beginning of our like gift exchange portion, and then by the end she will have already shredded it. It's already gone over the course of 10 minutes. All right, who are we waiting on? Anybody? Have I heard Chris come back yet?
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay, I think that's everybody. Does everybody have their lunch?
Oh,
Yeah.
Kinda.
Yeah, just water for me. I'll eat it.
All
I
right.
snacked on some tortilla chips. I'm good.
I ate 2 Clausen pickle sandwich slices for my snack today, so I'm good to go. Let's get back into it.
I have some cup noodles.
Oh, that sounds good. Did you go with the behemoth steak or the rock egg?
No, these I guess rock egg because it's just chicken, chicken flavored. But no, I forgot to turn my kettle on before I went down to the store and bought them, so I was running a little late.
Mm.
In middle school, we just used to eat them dry out of the bag.
With the seasoning pack.
Yeah, you just empty the seasoning right into the bag and then crunch it
You
up
know
with
who-
your hands.
You know who does that? Criminals.
We were in 8th grade. We were all criminal.
No, I mean legitimately, like criminals. That's what they do in jail.
I thought
Yeah.
they used the seasoning packets, because I've watched Orange is the New Black as well. All right, everybody go ahead and take the benefits of a long rest for your last day going through the Salt Sea.
Treble, do you have Song of Rest?
I can heal
Yes.
you. Who's wounded? I have 20 hit points to heal.
Everybody gets an extra
I mean,
D6.
I have more than enough hit die. I just need to, I'm not going to need to dip into more than half my hit die. It just makes it easier for me to not have to worry about it if I get the extra D6. Yeah, there we go. See, that extra 6 right there means I don't care
Yeah.
about anything else.
I would take all of your healing. I don't mind taking all of your lay on hands before we take our rest.
Yeah, heal 20.
Take some.
Because I
Nerium needs it. Heal 20.
I was down to 2 hit points.
Yeah. I guess I should. Oops, I'll throw it dice here. I only need to roll it 2.
And then, but everybody gets an extra D6 if you spend the hit die. So, what are my hit dice?
Should have all.
It's this charge spec.
Good.
D8. Okay.
Okay. I need to open my... And yeah, so the next day or so at sea is particularly harrowing. The deceit is creeping along. They are not trusting themselves to wind power, so they actually have... You guys are taking shifts, rowing forward in accordance to Peachberry shouting directions, as you start to see just giant chunks of salt that have calcified and floating along. And looking into the water, not only do you see this, you see some of them have actual shapes to them. Some of them have the shapes of former animals, beasts of the ocean. And here and there, something that unsettlingly looks like it might have been humanoid at one point, that has died in the water, and then the salt has started to calcify around them. So you have these almost snowman-looking entities floating about. And here and there, a large chunk of this or that will scrape up next to the hull. Whenever that happens, wherever you are on the ship, there's a jerk under your feet. So it's difficult going until eventually you reach your destination. Your destination, which officially doesn't have a name, but I guess is Saltburt now. Because I can't type.
Saltburt, huh?
Is an absolutely enormous, like from a distance, when you first spot it off in the distance through the fog, looks like an iceberg. But if you peer through it using Peachberry's special lens, which she'll let you do if you ask very nicely, you can see it is indeed just an enormous, mountain-sized chunk of salt. And they even, Peachberry would even point out, because you can't see beneath the surface. The water is so saline here that it's virtually opaque beyond a few inches. But Peachberry estimates that you can maybe see 20% of the total mass of this mountain floating along the surface of the water. The water here is deadly. You're beyond the point where it's just not possible to breathe, even if you have a swim speed. And you're to the point now where if you are fully submerged in this water and you don't have proper protection, it will start to deal necrotic damage after a few moments. So if you do end up in the water, which won't happen, I'm sure, to anybody.
I'm sure.
Yeah. But it'll be a Constitution saving throw. And you can make that Constitution save each round that you are in the water or submerged. And when you fail it, you'll begin to take necrotic damage thereafter, as the salt in the sea is just sapping the moisture out of your body. I have run D&D adventures on the quasi-elemental plane of salt. I don't know when I'll have the chance to again, so I'm going to enjoy what I can when I can. You guys are taking Peachberry with you, is that what I heard?
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I posted her stat block in the chat.
Someone pin that.
Yeah, I posted it up there.
There, I'll just do that.
Yeah, I could pin the message.
Yeah.
Let me load up Saltbert Wybert here. Here's the deal. You can see... Oh, this map, by the way, comes out of the Big B Giants book, which is the same book where we got that rock slide from. It has such cool, just little one-page adventure maps that I really like.
Little set pieces. Yeah, no, that's really cool.
Yeah, it's excellent. 1 square equals 10 feet on this map, which I know is not desirable with the squares this small, but I didn't want to fit it all on one table. But the parts of the map that you can currently see don't have squares, right? This is the whole of the Saltberg as you're approaching it from that direction. And the parts that you can see are the parts that you can pull a boat up to, and then up here, you see the cross section of it. So as you approach, you can kind of see that the lowest landing is still a good 10 or 15 feet or so from the water line.
Okay, this is a cross section you're saying. Okay.
Correct. It's a cross section, and there's more of it below the water line, and then this is the actual top-down map. So you can see this structure from a distance sailing towards it is this structure here. Yeah. So there's not really a good scale between these two maps, and they're not really going to be on the grid, but it's just kind of a good visual representation of what goes where. The item you're looking for, in case this wasn't bad enough, Tenacity describes it as just a stud piercing to put into one's ear or nose or through a nipple. I'm sure Benny's already thinking about it.
Yeah. There's plenty of places.
Yeah.
I've got a list.
Oh, yeah.
She describes it as containing a very small gemstone that will be bright and somewhat illuminated blue, closer to a cyan in coloration. It will look as though a clear day on the sea, you should be able to see that clear water churning through this tiny stone. Do any of you have something like a spyglass, a monocle, something that you can use to like magnify it, like a magnifying lens? If not, Double Owl will provide you with one.
Almost certain.
I do not.
The idea is once you find this thing, you'll be able to look at it and see the ocean churning away inside of it. That's how you'll know it's the artifact. The stud itself, they don't know what sort of metal it is. They don't know if you're looking for silver or gold, and they don't know where on this mountain it is. You are literally looking for a needle in, well, not a haystack, but
Salt stack.
A giant mountain-sized chunk of salt.
An assault bird.
In fact, let me go ahead and I'm gonna.
So there's this like these double squares, or like you said, are the main square, like the big darker squares, 10 feet, or the smaller squares?
No, each square is 10 feet on this map. Unfortunately,
the smaller ones are 10 feet.
Yep.
Ooh, spicy.
This is a big, big area. In fact, I'm just going to go ahead and give you the whole surrounding area in case you want to do some reconnaissance. So, approaching from the kind of south and east, you can see where the smallest ledge, or I'm sorry, the lowest ledge, closest to the water line. So this main shelf, which has this structure on it that you can see that's kind of being swallowed by the salt from a long distance, it looks like a wooden hall. It looks like some kind of actual humanoid construction was built here at one time. And then beneath it are several lower ledges where you might be able to actually row your jolly boat over to and lash it up and then climb up from there.
Oh, so we don't have access to that flat part of the island yet.
You will. You'll be able to pull the jolly boat up on one of these lower ledges and then just climb up it. But where the ledge of this structure sits on, if you look at the cutaway, I'm going to call this about maybe 15 feet above the water line. Seems appropriate. Okay. So it sits in the massive shadow of this just peak that rises up to the top. And yeah, it's up to you guys. So let's start here. What time of day do we want to approach?
Probably just daytime.
Yeah, morning.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me go ahead and give you guys a peach berry. And one for the initiative tracker.
Peachberry vanished into the...
No, she's right here.
Oops.
No, Nazirr, don't get smaller.
Nazirr, you're so small.
He's polymorphed into a spider early this... But to be clear, there's no grid on this map. You guys would be specs on this map. This is just here to kind of give us the layout of the place. If I had to guess, the structure... Let me see. Let me look at my map here. This structure here, this kind of long haul looking thing, looks like it might be 80 or 90 feet long.
Yeah, I think we just approach, work some hooks into the wall and climb up into the area up here.
Okay. So why don't you mark on the map where you're going to tie off the jolly boat? You can either leave it in the water, which sounds like a bad idea, or you can drag it ashore on one of these two lower ledges here.
Yeah, let's just put it on a ledge.
Yeah, let's drag it ashore. Do we have the ginger cookies, or do we have the non-teleporting one?
You have the teleporting one, if you want it.
Okay.
If you want to take the other one for whatever reason.
And then do we have a firework for them to invoke the summoning magic?
I think we can... I think one of us knows the command word to...
Peachberry knows it.
Oh, okay.
Recall it, yeah. Then before we actually... I want to take a walk around the structure before actually trying to find a way inside.
So yeah, it's definitely a humanoid structure. It looks like part of the construction was started with wood, and the corrosive effect of the salt, especially the salt air on the wood, it looks like they changed construction materials halfway through to be quarried stone. In order for that to happen, you would have to bring the stone out here aboard a vessel, which is not a small concern. What that tells you is whoever built this structure intended it for a very particular purpose. This is not just, hey, let's just throw up a pavilion tent so we have a base of operations for exploration of this saltberg. This is, we are claiming this saltberg for some particular reason that is not known to you yet. On the southern edge, because the building itself is partially, like you could walk up the western bank of this saltberg and end up on the roof of this building. Roof. It's kind of being consumed by saltberg down here. But there is a partially submerged doorway in the front that is very badly corroded and rotted away. It's a wooden doorway. You can't open it because it's partially submerged in the wood, but pulling it apart would be trivial, at which point you could squeeze down inside.
Yeah, I think we could probably just put a good boot between a couple of these planks and get the way in.
Like Ssah'ra's got a crowbar that she wants to use all the time.
Always.
Yeah.
Do we want to look around the rest of it before we start poking our heads in any place?
So from your position, everywhere on the map that I've erased, you can see. The dark spot is where the berg goes up to the highest peak up in front of you.
How long would it take to walk from where I'm at to here? Just to get a sense of scope. Like
let's,
how many rounds?
Let's call this building 100 feet.
Oh, so this is like a minute's walk away.
Yeah, it's a good distance.
Short.
Yeah, so we can just walk over there and try to get a better view.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, let's get to the highest point if we can.
Yeah.
That's going to involve hella climbing.
How about Hecka climbing instead?
Hecka climbing?
Like some effort, but not like let's not exhaust ourselves.
So let's start here. First of all, there's not a way to walk the entire perimeter of Burt, right? When you get to the edge here, there's the ledge that you're on does not continue around. You've got the water below you, and then functionally the salt cliff above you. Coming around the other side, however, to this section of Burt, there is a tunnel that goes inside of the berg itself. Looking in, the tunnel is about 20 feet wide, and it's stepped going downward, several different landings down and down and down into the darkness.
Okay. So somebody was clearly here for a purpose. Maybe we're not the only people who are chasing the relics, in which case we might end up having a tussle over them at some point.
So everybody
It's
who's
not
kind
like-
of... Go ahead, son.
It's not like a relic just magically gets flung into the salt. Maybe relics do just magically get flung into salt. I don't actually know that. But imagine it
maybe
was
that-
put here by a thinking creature and not the abject will of the universe.
And maybe they put it.
Maybe it's created the salt. We've seen these
Potentially.
things, they kind of have explosive effects when they're turned on.
So
That's true.
everybody who's kind of checking out the cliff face, which I assume would be all of you, except Nerium and Peachberry are still standing back. Which is fine. You can stand back if you want.
Yeah, I'm not going anywhere.
Let's get a perception check from the four of you who are up kind of scanning across the cliffs.
Is that active? Can I use perceptions?
Yes, use active. That's an active perception check. So you guys aren't searching for anything in particular, you're just kind of seeing what there is to see, and I want to make sure that I give you all the information that I can.
That's a 21 per Sahn.
That's a 12.
A 12?
7.
7.
27 for Nazirr.
So there looks to be, just to keep things kind of simple, there's 3 more landings above you, each one 20 feet higher than the previous one. And the highest, so it's going to require some kind of climbing skill check to get up, depending on what kind of tools that you use, what kind of equipment you have to climb with. However, Sahn, actually anybody, because everybody kind of killed this check, you see a second tunnel a couple of landings above you here, also going into Saltburg.
Does touching the Saltburg, does that have any corrosive influence short term? Like, do I need to be wearing boots,
No, not
pads, or anything?
not short term. You wouldn't want to be in contact with it for all day, every day. But I mean, it's literally just salt. It's harder than typical
Yeah.
salt, but you can, like, if you were to pound a spike into it, the structural integrity of that spike would not necessarily be in question.
Okay.
I guess Ssah'ra's gonna start climbing up towards the shelf.
Oh, but let's check out this base camp building first before we start going into here.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
How hard is it to get onto the roof?
Trivial,
Not
because
hard, right? You just walk.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll position myself up here when they're ready to open the door.
Is there a hole in the middle that you can look in through?
there is a looking down. There is a structure in the ceiling of the place, which is somewhat corroded, but not completely collapsed cross beams. You're just gonna have to deal with that. I don't know what's happening out there. But the structure itself is jammed up with salt.
Okay.
And is opaque. But yes, there is a hole there. It looks like it's probably
Chimney or something almost?
exactly an opening for a chimney.
Yeah, Benny will go inside.
So Benny, is anybody helping Benny pull the doors apart?
Oh, I assume Ssah'ra had already done. Yeah, Ssah'ra and Benny will work on that.
Okay. It is dark inside. I don't think any of you care. Looking down into the space. Each of these squares is 10 feet. So we're up here now. So looking out into the space, you see a small, like, foyer area that you have to squeeze down into, because you picture these doors that you're coming into maybe 10 feet tall, and maybe only the top 2 feet are available for you to squeeze through. You pull the planks of them apart, sliding down into a very cold space. And it's split at this north section where the room continues forward with heavy gray drapery. To either side, you see a stone table or platform that sits empty.
On either end?
Yep, on either side of this little foyer area.
Yeah, let's investigate these tables.
Any drawers or anything?
Nope, there's nothing sitting upon them. They're just plain stone platforms. There's no drawers or mechanisms. It looks like it might be a staging area for people to lay out tools or weaponry upon.
No, nothing written anywhere.
Nope, there's nothing written. Somebody give me a... What do you call this? A history check, I would think.
Oh, I only have a 2, but...
+1.
Better than me.
I'll let one of you make this.
Oh, well.
You pick.
Can anyone have better than 2?
No.
No? Oh, okay. We'll roll. I have a 4.
4? Yeah. No, there's just empty stone, essentially platforms against the side of the wall.
I guess Ssah'ra's gonna peek behind this curtain.
Peeking behind the curtain. What is Ssah'ra's passive perception?
12.
12. You reach forward for this heavy drapery, deciding to pull it aside. We don't have any light source, right? We're relying on dark vision?
Yeah.
Okay. And just as you're about to grab hold of it, extremely heavy. Like, it's going to take some more muscle than you would expect to pull this aside. Like, picture the heaviest drapes you've ever had to move with your hands. And the ceiling overhead is rather high up. It's a vault of maybe 20 feet or so. So it's exceedingly large. And you're just about to pull it to the side when you hear chittering and growling noises on the other side of the drapery.
Yeah, she stops.
Benny will draw a sword and shield.
Okay.
Ssah'ra will glance back at Nazirr and Nerium.
She just kind of shrugs at you.
Hearing this song, I assume someone lets me know over telepathy, right? So I can drop down, come over here, pull my crossbow out, and get ready to. I make a motion that I'm going to open the curtain with transduction if everyone wants to stand back.
Mm-hmm.
And
there
then I will manifest transduction and open the curtain.
Is there a strength limitation on that?
It's mage hand, 5 pounds.
Oh, 5 pounds? Okay. You're not going to be able to pull the whole drapery all the way aside. What you're going to be able to do is make a space big enough to look through with mage hand.
That works.
Yeah, looking inside the room. Let's see. 10.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's 10 pounds, so.
That's twice as good.
Yeah.
That's about as far as you guys could see. Who did that?
What
Who grabbed my lens? McDohl? Was that a green hand on my lens that I just saw?
Apparently, this is a button you can do.
Why?
Press E.
Are you
I
supposed to be
didn't-
touching the
I-
lens,
Thanks
McDohl?
for that.
I pushed the wrong button, Brick Road.
Mm-hmm.
What button is that?
Have you learned your lesson? You guys didn't know that there's a rotate Q and E,
Yeah,
rotate left and
Q
right.
E, yeah.
It doesn't rotate.
Oh my
that
god,
fast, though.
my players didn't know that that was a thing, and now they do, and everything's gonna rotate forever and ever and ever now.
I knew it was there, but not that fast.
This is my life
if you
now.
If you go up to the top where you see the rotation degrees, where I have it set to 90 right now, that's probably why it's rotating so fast.
This is 30.
This is about as far as you can see in the room with your dark vision. These are 10-foot squares. So, pulling the curtain aside, however,
Looks like a big long table.
there is a big long table in the center of the room. And not sitting at the benches, but perched on the table itself are a group of hideous creatures that look to be making a meal. Can everybody see 6 of these?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Look to be
I think it's
making
8.
a hair 8.
I see 6.
I see 6.
Yeah, 6. You're right.
They look at making a meal out of some kind of ocean-dwelling creature, like a small, like a large barracuda or a narwhal or something. Difficult to say for sure because they pulled it apart with their hands. There are points of light in the room. Each of these creatures are giving off a series of just small illuminated dots upon their faces, as though they have multiple pairs of illuminated eyes. And each one is tearing at their portion of this sea creature with 4 gangly, double-jointed limbs. And they do not know that you're out there. What's
I could
next?
insult them to death.
Get the drop on them.
Ssah'ra just sort of shrugs and looks to see what else wants to do.
Yeah,
I
you.
mean, he's already holding a sword and shield.
Yeah.
Can I sneak forward?
That depends on how well you roll, I suppose.
So I'm gonna try and put them to sleep.
Or,
Before you do that,
Sure.
could I get a pass without trace out?
does that have verbal components?
It does.
Then you'll
I'm
probably
thinking.
alert them to your presence if you're going to be speaking in this room.
Never mind.
Can we go
Strike
outside?
that.
Non-cipher bonus.
Yeah, I think we stop outside and do it, and then we can get the drop on them.
You don't just want to charge in.
Although we probably made a lot of noise crashing into here.
Well, any noise you made entering the chamber has not alerted them.
Okay, then yeah, let's step outside and cast Pass Without Trace then.
So you want everybody to climb back out?
Yep.
Hey, everybody can climb back out. It takes a few moments. It's not a trivial climb, but it's also not a difficult one. You guys get back out and take the benefits of Pass Without Trace. And now there is no trace as you walk across the salt flats.
Mm-hmm.
How long does that last? An hour?
Forever.
1 hour.
So Nerium, where do you want to sneak to be able to cast your spell?
Well, we've got it open over here, right?
Not at the moment. What Sahn was doing was he used Mage Hand to pull it apart, but if he moves Mage Hand away, it'll flap back down into place.
Oh, okay. Does it go all the way to the floor?
Yes. It would take an actual feat of strength to drag this drapery aside. So Mage Hand's just not up to snuff.
Right. I just want to be able to see in the room. I don't want to do anything else.
Absolutely trivial. Just with you've got a 7 strength or something done. Even that's enough to pull it to the side.
Oh, I thought you said it would be a feat of strength.
If you wanted to draw it open, if you wanted to open it all the way, like drag it all the way across.
Okay, gotcha.
If you just want to part it enough so you can get through, that's something Mage Hand can accomplish.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I have an 8 strength.
Yeah, that's no problem.
So I am way stronger than you gave me credit for. Thank you, sir. I'm gonna go down and
Everybody place yourself where you're going to be standing in the room as Nerium's doing this. Because I have the feeling something about to pop off.
yeah, this is probably this spell has a verbal component, so it's going to pop off when I do it, but maybe I could take one of them out of the fight. So
Don't forget peach berries with you.
all right.
He's gonna grab a corner.
I am going to, I guess, roll a stealth check.
Yes, you will.
That is a 22.
Okay, you're good.
And
You want to sneak through the curtain?
yes.
You have 60 feet of dark vision?
Yes.
Yes, you can see to the side walls here. To your left and right, you see 2 more larger stone tables. Both of these are covered with what looks to be the leavings of previous meals. Like these are debris piles, right? All around the edge of the room, you see a pit dug out into the floor. So this center area, these are floorboards. These are planks. This is walkable terrain. The edge areas here, the last 20 feet between the edge and the wall, what they've done is just dug a pit down into just the hard salt. So it's just like trudging around outside. And yeah, hanging high up on the walls, you see more drapery and things. Large broken shield that looks too big for anybody in your party to lift. And where would you like to sneak to?
Just going to sneak over to this table right here.
Okay.
And it's a slab laying on the ground. It's not a table with it underneath.
That is correct, yes.
Okay,
Slab is
alright.
the word I've been trying to remember for the past 12 minutes.
Okay. Going to basically squeezle my way back here.
You are squeezled?
And
Nazirr, once he sees Nerium disappear inside, he's going to try and make it that way to that side.
Okay. Well, let's resolve Nerium first.
okay. Yeah, I'm gonna cast this level 2 sleep.
Okay. So, Nazirr, go ahead and give me a sneak check, hide check, whatever it's called, stealth check.
$24.
Okay. And where would you like to be?
I would like to be over here.
But are you squeezled?
I am not squeezled. I won't be there.
Okay. So you want to be kind of out in the open next to the opening in the side of this pit?
Yeah.
All right. See, the pit looks to be maybe 4 or 5 feet deep, so it's not in like you're not going to hurt yourself falling into it, but it also doesn't have a solid floor. It's just they have stamped down the salt of the place. All right, if everybody's in place, let's go ahead and do a sleep spell. That's going to
Let's see. It's
well,
I
we're
basically
roll initiative first.
right.
All the homies be surprised
14.
because their passive perception is just a picture of a butt.
You want me to go before or after you, Benny?
I have no preference.
Okay.
If you're before me, I can sanctuary.
My inner voice is so mean. Because when Burkhardt said picture of butt, I said, why is there a picture of you in their stat block?
What have I done to deserve this treatment?
Nothing. Nothing at all. That's why I said my inner dialogue is so mean.
Same, though.
All I've ever done to Treble is provide him with delightful D&D worlds to play in for, what?
You stole one of my character's blood.
7 years? All right, fair enough. Who's at the top of my order?
Looks like black.
That's you.
Oh, okay. Well, they're surprised. They don't know what's going on.
Sorry, I
If you
forgot.
get
I'm doing this all
reactions, then.
I'm doing all this all day.
Does the sleep spell resolve before or after?
Well, you can cast sleep on your turn in the initiative order.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, Nerium, you're next, so do your thing.
All right. Come on. I would like that one roll, except 8s instead of 1s.
Big Vex, no whammies, right?
Oh my god.
Well, there's some 7s in there.
That's 22. And it's since these are 10-foot squares, it's basically just in the middle of these two.
Okay, well, 22 is enough to get one of them. Which one would you like?
Okay. This one.
He is Sleepy Boy.
Okay.
Does that spell have a verbal component?
Yes.
Then yes, the creatures are aware of you now, and well, they're aware of you. Whether they're aware of Nazirr, probably not, because he's kind of hunkered down there with a 24 or something on his hide.
Yep.
Yeah. So that was my action, and my bonus action is to.
Oh, you know what? I apologize. Nothing happens. Spell goes off. Creature's unaffected.
Okay.
Yeah, my
Calm down.
apologies.
It's because I called you a butt, didn't it?
No, it's because he's got his stat block says magic can't put the creature to sleep.
Oh, okay, that's fair.
Oh, they're elves. Boo.
They might be humanoid though.
It could be.
Well, okay. And in this case, this one,
Okay.
I am going to. There's no save or anything, but he just subtracts a d6 from his next saving throw as I use my unsettling words on him.
Okay. I'm gonna
What are the unsettling words
require you to.
Ooga
I'm gonna require you to remember that. If that one needs to make a
Right,
save.
I
Okay.
will. Yeah.
So that's Nerium. Who's next?
Next is Sahn with Peachberry Nut.
Okay.
All right. I'm pretty sure we've chosen violence, so I can move to here and take a action to shoot this one with my hand crossbow.
You'd have to do it from the other side of the curtain.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you could try to take a blind shot through the curtain. That'd be kind of badass.
So that shot will hit an armor class of 16,
16 will hit.
dealing 7 damage.
Dealing 7 damage. Okay.
And then I have a bonus action, crossbow expert, hits an armor class of 12.
12 does not hit.
That's the end of my turn.
And by the way, these tables are gigantic. Also, the benches alongside of them. Like, you could get underneath this table by just stooping a little bit, if you so
It's
chose.
It's like the Outer Wilds, the Stranger furniture.
Yeah, a little bit. Is that it for? You want to end your turn on this side of the curtain?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Who's next?
Peachberry set, followed by Nazirr. Who's playing Peachberry today?
I can do it.
Okay.
I am Beachberry. So she was back here, so it's 5, 10, 15. Is this going into this? It's not difficult terrain, is it?
No. You just can't see through it. It's opaque. It's functionally full cover, but you can move through it as though it's not there.
Okay. What is the range on? Hold on, let me check. I gotta check the range on Tasha's caustic brew.
Oh, she dropped identify?
Pretty decently long line.
I guess she did drop identify. She did have that last time, didn't she? No, she's got it as a
It's a ritual.
she's got it. Yeah. She can cast it once as just
Right.
a
The
30-foot line.
The step block we have represents the spells she currently has prepared. It does not necessarily represent everything in her spellbook.
Fair enough.
Okay. I don't think Tasha's caustic brew would be a good use of her turn this round. So instead, let's do just a mind sliver.
Okay.
Which one did Sahn attack? This one?
I marked
yeah.
off hit points from the one in the front, yes.
Okay, well, let's see. Please make me an intelligence saving throw and subtract 4 from it.
How about a 1?
Okay. Please enjoy 3 psychic damage, and you get to subtract another. I think it's a D4.
D4, yeah.
Yeah, from your next saving throw.
Okay.
I'll keep up with that too.
And the thing is
And-
bloodied.
Okay, cool. And then she's gonna duck behind here, and that ends her turn.
Sure. Who's next?
Next is Nazirr.
Bonus action. I'm going to use Wild Shape to turn into the constellation, the wind that is formed as the pattern that is formed as the wind blows over the sand. I have to make sure I get that right every time because
You could just say windy.
no.
Oh, I stand corrected.
I can't.
That's kind of what we know of that constellation.
And yeah, I'm going to use my regular action to fire a guiding bolt at this one.
Okay.
That's a nat 1. I really don't like losing a guiding. I don't really like losing a guiding bolt to that. But okay, I'll eat that L for now.
Mm-hmm. Moving or staying put?
I am staying put.
The good news is you're no longer hidden.
Yeah.
Who's next?
If he was
No,
hidden,
next-
would he do
next
that at
Benedict.
advantage?
If I was hidden, would I make that an advantage?
Oh, I thought you did. Yeah, you were hidden.
Oh, I did not. No.
Dude, you you get a 24 like stealth check to hide out there.
I don't know how to play this game, Brooker. Let's be perfectly honest.
Apparently not.
That's a 9 to hit, though.
9's not gonna hit.
Yeah. Okay, yep, I'm good where I'm at.
All right, who's next?
Knock off a wild shape.
Next is Benny. 5, 10, 15, 20. So I could swing at this creature in the front here.
You're kind of hacking at its ankles. Yeah, but you can
Okay.
get it from there.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Oops. My dad.
Because imagine this table like standing 6 feet overhead, so you kind of have to hunker down to go underneath it.
How's an 8 do?
8's not gonna hit.
8 won't hit.
You guys are gonna have to roll higher than they don't. Their AC is not great, but these
Yeah.
numbers, I don't know.
I'll stay where I'm
Maybe if you gave us some kind of dice roll fudge mechanic, Brick Road, maybe we would roll higher.
Who's next?
Next is Ssah'ra,
Allow us to fail forward.
who surely won't miss.
No, surely. I mean, me and my ones.
She-
We're ready to go.
I think you need to quit relying on Shirley and roll your own
That's the
dice.
problem.
Yeah, rely on definitely.
Alright, so these squares are 10 feet each.
You guys are such jerks to each other. I love it.
Yeah.
So what happens when you're in a
So
neutral
Ross is
evil
gonna stand
party?
next to Benny.
Okay.
And hack at the ankles?
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay. That's with the sphere. That was almost a 20. I was denied. How's an 11 do?
11 will not hit.
So sad. Alright, can I try and hit him with a butt?
Yeah, if you got the bonus action.
Is a 20 hit?
20 does hit.
He's gonna stub their toe.
That's a D4.
Yeah, it is a D4. That's gonna be 7 points of toe stub damage.
Okay. And that's enough for the first 4-armed creature.
That's interesting.
Oh yeah, these creatures have 4 gangly limbs, and each limb has 1 too many articulation points. They've also, now that you guys are this close to them, you can see they've got 6 glowing eyes, 3 full pairs stacked vertically upon their heads. They are
Nice.
Gross.
horrific looking. And they're covered in scraggly black fur.
Sounds like you're describing Man Spider from Spider-Man.
Yeah, okay. If you want to go with Man Spider, I'm happy to do that. Ssah'ra, moving or staying put?
She will stay put. Well, she'll move a little more.
Okay, so you're climbing up onto that bench?
Yeah.
Okay. So the bench is like a little too big for a human butt, but you can easily slither your way up there and have a place to stand. That is a valid square.
And she will proudly proclaim fee, fi, fo, fum.
Who's next?
Next is Man Spider.
Okay.
Fulbenir.
First, something horrible happens. And I
I'm
will
sure it does.
putting my other marker here. What did I roll?
Does the food come to life?
Ooh, that'd be real gross, wouldn't it?
Food elemental. Oh god.
Cheese elemental.
There's now a white marker on the board as this one in the back skitters away into the darkness. Let me make sure I count this out properly. Skitters away in the darkness. You guys should not be able to see him anymore. And you hear from that direction as it's moving this echoey, mournful horn blast. And then there is motion Nazirr in front of you in the pit of salt, and more motion over here in this pit of salt. I have 4 more man spiders. I need Ssah'ra. Good, yes. Ssah'ra, make me 2 dexterity saving throws. Benny, make me 2 dexterity saving throws.
Are these spells?
Sure.
They're not spells. Your DC is 12.
Pass. Pass. I rolled 2 12s.
Okay. How'd Ssah'ra do?
I rolled an 11 and an 11.
So 2 fails, huh?
Yeah,
That's
I'm awesome.
Disappointing.
yeah,
Ssah'ra,
I'm angry on your behalf.
you are grappled. I'm sorry, you are restrained twice. You have 2 separate sources of restraint on you. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay. So speed 0, disadvantage on attack rolls. Attack rolls against you have advantage and disadvantage on dex saves. You can, with a successful strength check, break one of these sources. What happens is these 4 creatures turn towards the people climbing on the table and just belch out this horrible, sticky vomit. And as it begins encasing your body, it immediately hardens and you find yourself embroiled in your own personal spider web, lashing you to the bench. Benny, you fare a little better. You managed to step aside, and there's just a sticky pile of goo next to you. You were not affected.
Burke, I need my card. It apparently went under your thingy.
You need my what?
My artifact card. It went under your fog of war.
This. That? This?
Yeah, if I can see it.
I don't know how else to help you. Here, I do know how else to help you. I can paste it into the chat.
Oh,
if you
god
need.
damn it. Mine disappeared too.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, we just need to make them ignore fog of war.
Oh, yeah, I can do that. Why can't I do that?
I just have mine all written down on my character sheet, but that's just me.
Ignore Fog of War.
Yeah.
I have mine on my character sheet.
And
It's just I
then
have to scroll to find
This
it. Yeah,
one
there we go.
is... I should have done that already. There, how does that work? We good?
There, that's what I want.
Awesome.
I am in conflict when I get restrained.
Are you?
Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah, you're in conflict. So we have to resolve 2 conflicts then, because you became restrained twice. So it's just a charisma check against Cheska. He gets +2 on his charisma rolls. He's got a 14 charisma. You've got to beat a 7 and a 4.
You can do it. I believe in you.
Yeah, no, I can't.
No?
I have a -1 modifier and I rolled a 7 and an 8. So I have a 6 and a 7. Thank you.
All right.
You beat the second one.
Yeah.
I guess a tie.
So immediately you lose attachment to the chain. The chain detaches from the object it was affixed to. You didn't fail for 5 or more, though. So that's it. That's the end of the effect. As you lose attunement to the chain, you have to wait till you complete 3 long rests before you can reattune to it. As you just feel as your body gets encased by this spider web, just the chain devil that lives inside of your artifact, you just feel his personality pulling against yours, just railing against it, and you feel the magic of the item slip away. So it comes loose from your armor and then falls to the ground as just a length of chain, the 5-foot square of chain. Cool. These guys each still get 1 attack that they can use against you. Move him here. Move him here. Move him here. This one's not going to be able to get around Benny, so we'll just do this. You do still have a reaction, and you can use that reaction. I know you got Polearm Master, and a bunch of them just entered your threat range.
Yeah, let's I guess we'll try that.
I've decided to pick on you today, I guess.
Apparently. Disadvantage comes to 16.
16 will hit. Which one are you hitting of the ones? I think all of them just entered your threat range from there.
Well, none of them are damaged, so the one in front of Benny.
One in front of Benny. Okay. So how much damage?
Because the reaction is D4, D6.
It's your normal attack.
Yeah, it's a normal weapon attack.
Yeah.
Polar Master is extremely good.
Yeah, it's 8 points of piercing damage.
Okay. And they all get one attack against you.
Woo-hoo.
And I get to roll all these at advantage. Next turn, when they get their multi-attack
1, 2,
again,
3, 4, 5. Okay.
I have a nat 20 against you.
Reroll.
Silvery barbs.
It's going to turn that into a 7 to hit
That's a miss.
on the first one. Second one, we're looking at a 14 to hit.
That's a miss.
Third one, we're looking at a 20 to hit.
That's basic.
And the fourth one, we're looking at 15 to hit.
That's a miss.
Okay, so one of them gets you with its claws for 3 points of piercing damage. And to everyone who can see this spectacle, it looks every bit like these creatures are probably just going to continue to try to tear Ssah'ra apart because she's in this pile of spider web. Not having a great day.
Sahn, you get the advantage.
Who's next?
Thank you.
Peachberry?
Did Black just go?
That was Black.
So is somebody muted?
Nazirr? Or, I'm sorry.
I might have been muted. I'm sorry.
You
Yeah.
absolutely, you were
Sorry,
muted.
I'm reading everything out here. Nerium,
If
you're
you
up
want to-
next. Sorry.
If you want to make them worse at doing saving throws, it would be appreciated.
Yeah, okay. I will cast... I gotta get closer to do that. That's 10, 20...
And probably not
30.
this one. Any of the other three, if you make them worse at saving throws, it will make things better.
These three, I need a wisdom saving throw, please. As I cast Bane.
I have a 20, a 14, and a 17.
Well, okay. That was not... That was just a wasted spell slot.
It erodes the strength of the party.
And... I guess I'll just use cutting words on this middle one here.
Okay?
So he subtracts a d6.
You're going to keep track of that for me?
Yeah, I'll keep track of it for
I
you.
appreciate it. Is that it for Nerium?
Yeah, that is it for Nerium. She's out of movement.
All
Bonus
right.
action.
Who's next?
Next is Sahn with the white tiger.
Is there one specifically that is grappling Ssah'ra right now?
None of them are grappling Ssah'ra. Ssah'ra is restrained with 2 separate instances of their webbing.
Okay. So first of all, with the advantage, I'm going to activate my cloak, and as a bonus action, I'll take a shot on this one.
Okay, I'm going to give you credit for your cloak.
That'll hit an armor class of 26,
26 will hit.
dealing 5 piercing damage. And Sahn holds up one of his large arms and begins saying something to himself as psychic energy kind of sheaths around him. Moves to here and lets out a massive blast of sonic energy as I invoke Sonic Blast. So I need a DC 11 dexterity save from each of those 3.
I feel like I would be really upset if I was like playing a video game and I looked at the tooltip for an ability called Sonic Blast and it said a Sonic Blast. So I need saving throw from all 3 of those?
Yeah, they're DC 11.
What kind of
Look up
save?
the tool.
Dexterity.
Dexterity. So I've got a 15,
Mhm.
a 21, and a 5.
Is this Thunderwave?
All right.
That's
So they
a con
take
save.
half of 16 thunder damage.
It's a con
Oh,
save.
I'm sorry. Those are con. Probably doesn't matter with those numbers. That's my bad.
Subtract 1 from each of those. I've got...
Yeah, that still doesn't matter.
And
Well, they take
this
half of...
This middle one subtracts a 4.
Okay.
So... I don't remember, like, this middle one, I don't know if that...
So
makes
these are
sense
con
or
saves.
not.
I've got a 20, I've got a 0, and I've got a 14.
Okay, the 0 gets pushed back 15 feet, and they all takes 16 thunder damage. The other 2 take 8 thunder damage. I already halved
Cool.
it, so...
If you subtract the d4 from this one and he took the 14, then he also fails.
Okay, here's how I'm ruling it. This is going on too long. One of them failed, 2 of them passed. That's what I've got on my notes. That's what I've already applied. This one gets pushed back 15 feet. The other 2 take what, 8 points of damage?
And that one takes 16, and that's all thunder.
Gotcha.
That's the end of my turn.
So the one you've pushed back along the bench, he is severely bloodied at this point. Who's next?
Next is White Token, followed by Peachberry.
2 identical monsters erupt from the sand on either side of the room. These creatures are large, okay? And when they come up out of the sand, they're floating giant masses of flesh with terribly corroded tentacles spreading off on either side. And each one has a giant, glassy, and milky eyeball situated in the center of it. That's all they do on this turn is erupt out of the salt. Who's next?
Next is Peachberry, followed by Nazirr.
Peachberry is going to use a 2nd level spell slot to cast Scorching Ray on this one.
Okay.
That is, what is her spell casting?
That's not on brand. That spell did something.
+6. Okay, and it's 3 shots? 3 beams, I mean. Alright. I have a crit, a 25, and a 15
Okay.
against the right white token.
Pretty sure all 3 of those will hit.
Is it 2d6, Destil?
2d6 each.
Yeah, 2d6 fire.
1, 2, 1, 2. Okay.
And
You
the
did
crit
crit
is
with one of
4d6,
those.
obviously.
Yes, I know. I
Yeah.
grabbed an extra 2. That is...
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, hold on.
That's like a fireball.
It's
Against one
38.
target.
It's 38 on dice. I'm trying to see if there's any like spellcasting modifier on it.
I don't think
Not unless you have a class thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So 38 points of fire damage against
The right hand one?
that one.
Yeah, that
was a
one
really good roll.
explodes into a terrible cloud of noxious gas.
Good to know.
then he was gonna walk right up to that, and he's not gonna
Make
do
sure
that.
I draw this out correctly. There we go. So yeah, that one just explodes in fire. So yeah, and
Here, Peachberry go. "Eh!"
into this swirling and dissipating cloud of just extremely eggy, foul-smelling, poisonous gas. Entering that cloud or ending your turn there would be inadvisable. Is she moving or staying put?
Peachberry's fine right here. Thank you, sir.
All right, who's next?
Nazirr, you're up.
Nazirr, seeing that thing explode, he's going to look at the other thing that's in front of him now and backpedal a little bit before firing his next lasers.
Okay,
Let's go ahead and put a guiding bolt on that one.
okay.
Oof. That's a 13 to hit.
13 will not hit.
I'm really upset. Bonus action, star lasers.
Are you more upset
Hey.
than 211?
There's the crit.
Another crit, my goodness.
It's not going to be as impressive as Peachberry's.
86.
When what was that, Chris?
I was asking if that was as disappointing as rolling 211s when you needed 12s.
So how do we do with star lasers?
I am.
There's some d8s if you need them.
I think it's D8s. I'm just verifying that because trust but verify. Yep. D8. 2d8 plus 4. Radiant damage. 10 points radiant damage.
Okay. This one
To
does
that guy.
not explode into a cloud of noxious gas.
Figured as much. Let's see.
Is
what's
that-
here? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Gets me back there.
Okay.
Are these squares like obscured? Like, is the noxious gas like completely see through?
It's obscured, yeah. I mean, it was already obscured because you're looking at it in dim light. But it's not more obscured than it was, but the class is visible.
Okay.
That's gonna end Nazir's turn right there.
All right, who's next?
This is Benny. Can I item interaction and take the chain that fell off of Ssah'ra?
Yeah, you
Just
can
off the ground.
pick it up off the ground.
Yeah, Benny will pocket that so we don't forget it. And then I'm gonna bonus action Shield of Faith, Ssah'ra.
Okay.
So your AC is increased by 2.
Oh yay!
And then I will attack this one. I'll grab it, I guess, instead of actually clicking. It does a 10 hit.
10 does not hit.
10 does not hit. Well, maybe I should just go somewhere else and make myself eat.
Next level, you get you get extra attack. It'll be.
I
fine.
do, and I get like 3 more spell slots, so I don't have to ration them.
Is that it?
I'll go up here.
Climbing up onto the table. Okay.
I'll climb up on the table. Is this in the gas though?
No.
No. Okay, I will do that then, and then pass to Ssah'ra, who's up next.
So as an action, you can make a strength check to try to break through one of the webs, but you have 2 layers of webs on you.
Yeah, so we're gonna do the first one.
Okay. Strength athletics.
I am just gonna give up. Let's see what that actually is. That's an 11.
11 is not enough. So the web is sticky and it is solid, and I mean, it's not uncomfortable. You can just kind of chill out, and you can't
At
move.
this point, she may just put her head against it and go to sleep.
All right, so you're just gonna pass out. Who's next?
Next is Man Spider.
All right. Well, you're not gonna go to sleep because I've got. Well, this one's fleeing. Let's do that first. Into the darkness. This one's going to skitter up onto the bench to get as close as surrounding as we can get. All right. I have a 6 to hit Ssah'ra,
No.
a 22 to hit,
God damn you, that's my USC.
I tried.
and a 10 to hit.
That's a miss.
So it's going to be 6 points of piercing damage from the first one. Second Man Spider. I have a 17 to hit.
That's a miss.
I have a 21 to hit.
That's a miss.
You're welcome.
I have a 19 to hit.
That's a miss.
And the third Man Spider. I have a 10 to hit.
That's a miss.
A 21 to hit.
You're welcome.
And a 13 to hit.
That's a miss.
Has Ssah'ra learned anything useful about Benny's faith?
It'd be better if she had her chain.
So yeah, these things are just beating against her, trying to get purchase. And the way they're attacking her, it's like their claws are passing through the gaps in the web. Nothing they're doing is actually loosening or weakening the web at all. Wouldn't that be convenient? Who's next?
Next is Nerium.
All right. I need a wisdom saving throw from this one right here between the two of them.
I'm looking at a 13.
Okay. He is viciously mocked for
Oh, no.
2 points of damage, and I talk about how his carapace or his eyes are just not as pretty as the other ones, and he should be ashamed of himself.
He starts weeping uncontrollably.
Yeah, disadvantage on his next attack roll.
Okay.
And bonus action, give a pity die to Ssah'ra.
Okay. And is Neri moving or staying put?
Nerium's fine.
All right. Who's
Good
next?
back here.
Next is Sahn.
Alright, so for my action, I'm actually going to shoot this. I'm going to... Yeah, I'll take the AO. I'm going to take a step back.
Yeah, let's see if I can stab you with my man spider. That's looking to be a 16 to hit.
No.
Okay.
So I'm gonna shoot this eye with my action.
Sure.
Pull back the hand crossbow. Fire up a bolt, hitting an armor class of 20.
A 20 will hit.
Dealing. There we go. 10 piercing damage.
Okay.
Is it still up?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I am actually going to use the invoke the cloak. Use a bonus action to place Presentience on Ssah'ra.
Okay.
And that's the end of my turn.
And who's next?
White token. Go, go, go. Oh, wait.
All right. Sahn,
Mm-hmm.
I need a wisdom saving throw, please.
You got it. The wisdom save of 5.
A 5. You are frightened as one of the thing shoots this sickly looking ray from one of its eye stalks. You are afraid of the creature for 1 minute. Sahn,
Okay.
I need an intelligence saving throw, please.
That's a 9.
A 9. I must roll lots of dice. "26 points of psychic damage as it fires a second ray from a different eye stalk that racks your brain, splits your head open. Sahn,
Mm-hmm.
I need a strength saving throw, please.
That's 6.
A 6. Did you fail all 3 of these saves? Wild.
Yeah. You're hitting like all my worst saves.
It grabs you with a third eyeball ray, and you feel, as you're terrified and have this migraine headache tearing apart your skull, you feel the floor slip away from your feet, and it moves you 30 feet up into midair, and you are restrained there.
Fear give disadvantage on saves?
On saves, it does
No,
not.
it's attacks and abilities. Okay.
As long as you can see the creature, you
Yep.
have disadvantage on attacks and abilities, and you can't move because you're restrained in midair.
Yep.
You can repeat the save to end the fear ray at the end of each of your turn.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing you can do about the telekinetic ray. You're just kind of
Okay.
stuck there. All right. And yeah, the creature doesn't move from its space. It just turns its attention to Sahn, blasts it with a bunch of eye stalks, and who's next?
Next up is Peachberry to solve the problem.
All right.
All right, it worked very well in the first one.
I softened that second one up for you a little bit.
Yeah. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Okay, so. All right, let's 3 rays
Okay.
on the big guy. That is a 25, a 7, no, excuse me, an 8, and a 21.
That's 2 hits and 1 miss.
Please enjoy 13 points of fire damage.
Very good. Is that it?
And
I'm sorry, how much?
13, 1,
Thir-
3.
Okay, that's what I thought. Gotcha. The thing is bloodied.
That is going to be the end of Peachberry. Well, she's going to back up.
Sure.
And then that's going to be the end of Peachberry's turn.
Next is Nazirr.
Nazirr is going to use a bonus action to try and star laser this thing.
Sure.
That's
That's a 9 to hit.
9 will not hit.
Can I attempt to pull Ssah'ra free of the restrainment?
If you have an action you haven't used, yes.
I do.
All right.
I was a bonus action to fire that star
We're going to
laser.
call that Strength Athletics. And remember, she's got 2 sources of webbing. So you can break one of them with this action.
How does a 23 do?
23 is fine. So, Ssah'ra, you're still restrained, but now you only have 1 layer of webbing to deal with.
Oh boy.
I could not find anything in any of the printed rules to suggest that I can't layer more and more webbing on top of you. There's nothing that says once you're restrained, you can't be restrained again or be restrained by another source.
That's gonna conclude my turn.
Excellent. Who's next?
Next is Benny.
Well, wait a minute. Nazirr, you would have had to be on this square to help her? And then move
Yeah.
back?
Yeah.
You are leaving a threat
I'm gonna
range.
risk it. I'm gonna risk it for the biscuit.
I mean, these guys, their AO isn't terrible. Like, I got a 14 to hit.
Doesn't hit.
All right, so you're fine.
All right, so for Benny's turn, since one of the AOs is tied up, 5, 10, 15. I got to count with this action. So 35 gets me here. I'll take the AO from this guy.
Yeah, let's do that first. Ooh, I got a 22 to hit
22 hits.
for 6 points of piercing damage.
Make your concentration save.
Yeah, I do good.
What are you concentrating on? Shield of Faith?
Shield of Faith.
Okay. And you're getting right up on the big
that's-
eyeball.
That's a pass.
Okay.
That's an 11. Okay. So yeah, I'm going to attack this thing.
Even though the other one exploded into a giant poisonous cloud of...
Yeah, but if it keeps doing this shit on, like, it did to Sahn, like, we're going to have a bad time.
Yeah.
I have an 18 to hit.
18 will hit.
Smite.
What, are you angry at my eyeball monster?
Yeah, maybe a little bit. It's hideous and ugly. That's not bad. 11 radiant, 6 slashing.
Don't forget to
17
ask if
total.
it's undead.
It is
it
not.
undead?
No.
It is not. No.
You said
So
6
7
slashing?
So 6 slashing
Gotcha.
and
Yep.
11 radiant. Yeah.
Another hit like that, you might have this monster down. It's not looking good.
I could do this. I don't know if this helps me.
What I will
I'll
do
do
in
that
that
anyway.
position is I will erase a little more of the room because you get 6 squares ahead, more or less.
Yeah.
So you have kind of it. So there's a second table. In between the 2 tables, you see where the fire pit is dug into the ground. But there's no kindling or anything. This fire pit has obviously been in disuse for who can say.
Right. Yeah, that's me.
Excellent.
Ssah'ra, you're next.
Okay, I guess we're gonna try and break it.
Strength athletics.
And you have percentage.
And a d6 if you need it.
Is
16.
16 enough to break it?
16's enough. So you break free of the web. You now have your movement again.
Okay, well first off, can I bonus action?
Sure.
Okay, so whichever one of these little thingies is most injured.
Well, you can't bonus action to attack, no.
Well, then I'm gonna friggin' action surge to attack.
You can do that, sure, yeah.
Good bonus action to heal yourself.
That's a crit.
Hey.
Oh, okay. I don't think any of these things can survive a Ssah'ra crit.
Oh, it's not
You'd be surprised.
And we're gonna layer some psionic damage on top of it.
Okay.
Ready? 4 ones. Here we go. There's no ones. Good job.
So that's gonna be 22 total.
Which one are you attacking?
Whichever one was most injured.
The one next to you is bloodied at the edge of the table here.
Yeah, it was that one.
And he is dead. And he chitters no more.
And then we're gonna bonus action hit the other one.
There you go.
Yeah, it's 18.
18 will hit.
So with the butt, that's gonna be 8 points of bludgeoning.
8 points.
Yeah.
And that one is now bloodied. Moving or staying put, you can move again.
I'm just gonna stay put.
Stay put on the bench. Who's next?
Actually, she's gonna stand on the tabletop.
Next is Black Token.
All right. I should probably get... I would have to move away from Ssah'ra to re-restrain her. Sahn's already taken care of. Benny.
Howdy. How you
Hi.
doing?
Can I get a dexterity saving throw, please?
Sure. Be nice if I passed. 11.
11 fails. Can I get a dexterity saving throw, please?
17.
17 passes. You are restrained by one layer of webbing. As the creature, seeing no viable webbing target that will make a difference on this side of the room, turns instead to you. And then they will use their one remaining claw attack each on Ssah'ra.
Rude.
I've got a 9 to hit
No.
and a 15 to hit.
No.
That's it for black.
Nerium, you're up.
Okay, Sahn, how you looking there, buddy?
Beaten up. Pretty bloodied.
Telekinetically held in midair.
Yeah.
And
Multiple sources of disadvantage on my attacks.
Okay. Going to bonus action. Sahn, please get back 11 hit points.
Thank you.
And I need a wisdom saving throw from... We'll
No longer
say this guy.
how about an 8?
No. Please take 3 points of psychic damage.
He can't. He can only take 2 because that's all the hit points he had left.
Awesome.
I don't see how that's Treble's problem, Brick Road.
Neri, moving or staying put?
Hold on, let me actually check one thing. I think this requires like a bonus action or something, but I'm just going to check. Oh, it's not in. Oh, there it is. Yeah. You get. You have advantage. No, when you deal damage with an attack that targets only one. No, but do not kill your target. Okay, so I killed the target. Can't do that.
Okay. Who's next?
Okay.
All right, next is Sahn.
As a bonus action, I will Healing Surge.
Sure.
Weird bug physiology. He just like the goo starts coming out of his
Getting
joint.
back 8 hit points.
I'm imagining like a tiny army of even smaller, like symbiotic bugs just climbing out from between the chitinous plates.
No, Sahn, I mean, Healing Surge is just you wipe the dirt off yourself and realize that you're not as bad. It's just the action movie thing.
Eh,
And then I'm going to take a shot at double disadvantage on that eye
sure.
as my action for the turn.
Well,
That'll hit an armor class of 6.
6 is not hit. Not good.
No, that's not right. 10.
10 is not good.
Then I'm going to action surge and take a... As my action, I'll take a shot on the eye.
Yep.
That'll hit an armor class of 24.
At disadvantage?
Well, I rolled a 20 and a 14, so...
Yeah. That'll hit.
Dealing 8 piercing damage.
Okay.
Still up.
Still up.
Bonus action crossbow expert.
It's going to be funny when this explodes all over Benny's stupid face.
I had other plans, but Benny moved into combat, so this is what we're doing.
Alright.
Hitting a armor class of 23.
That-
No, 18.
18 will hit.
18 only. Disadvantage. Dealing 7 damage.
All right. Anything left in the tank?
Nope.
Yeah, this thing, another round like that will be all it takes.
sadly, it's
Oh, I get to save against fear, I think.
Yes, the end of your turn.
And this is wisdom.
It's a wisdom save, yes.
So wisdom of 16.
All right, you are no longer afraid of the creature. I just realized it has one ray for each of the statistics. It can target all 6 ability scores. And it's my creature up.
Yeah, your creature's up.
So, Sahn, if you would like to use your reaction to make an acrobatics check.
Yep.
As the telekinetic
Really good at these.
effect comes
Oh,
to you.
do I have disadvantage from restrained right now? From that on that?
No, because your restrained condition
Because it's
will
releasing,
end
yeah,
because
okay.
it's releasing you.
Yep. That is an acrobatics of 16.
16. So 11 points of bludgeoning damage, which you can cut in half as the telekinetic grip lets go and you drop to the ground. All right.
Am I prone or not?
You land prone in that. Oh, no, because you pass your acrobatics
Okay.
check. You land on your feet, such as they are.
Little mantis feet.
So many feet.
Feet go in your socks.
I don't have socks.
He doesn't wear shoes. It'll be
I
okay.
think all 3 of these.
Nerium apparently wears socks despite the fact that we've told her not to on multiple occasions.
She has poor circulation in her feet.
The compression socks.
That makes sense.
I'm going to give the Constitution save to Benny. Why don't you make me a Constitution save, please?
Yes, sir. We have 11.
You are stunned for 1 minute
Well,
as the first
much
eye
for-
ray blasts out at you. I'm going to give the Charisma save to Ssah'ra.
I hate you.
A Charisma saving throw, please.
He
You do
learned that
have
you
a
suck at
D6.
charisma saves.
You do have a D6 if you.
There's no if about that.
hey, that's well. That's
13.
13, that's a pass.
You're welcome.
And then Sahn,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to need a Wisdom saving throw from you.
So wisdom save of 9.
So you are, again, afraid of the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Usually effects like this
Drank
save...
that potion of heroism.
rules question here.
Yeah,
A stunned creature can't concentrate, correct?
No, it can.
I don't see why not.
Can. Okay. Well, your Shield of Faith is still active. I'm out for the next. minute, so
BG3 does that
good
wrong.
luck.
So you have no actions, no reactions. You can't move. You speak only faltering. Fail strength and dex saves. And attack rolls against you have advantage, but there's no reason you can't concentrate on a spell as long as the spell was already in effect.
Okay. Well, Peachberry, save me and pull me out of here.
And the thing is going to start floating away from you guys because it doesn't want anybody else to run up and hit it like Benny did, which seemed really rude.
I'm not. I'm a rude pal. So.
All of those effects, you guys can remake the save at the end of each turn to end the effect. Who's next?
Okay. So next is Peachberry.
Yeah, Peachberry is 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I need an intelligence saving throw from the creature, please.
I have a 17.
I think that passes.
Okay.
That is no additional effect. It's her cantrip.
Okay. Is she staying put there?
Yes, I used her movement. I guess I can use a bonus action to summon a magical quill.
Do it style. Nazirr, you're up.
Nazirr, can you be the guy?
Might be. Is this thing still up?
Yes.
Um,
There is still a man on that bench.
bonus action. Going to fire a beam at that thing.
No, it fires the beams at you. That's how this works.
Well, no. I fired the beam at it.
You are co-opting our druid's shtick.
Flipping the
Yeah.
table on me.
You're biting my aesthetic. Bertrand, I have a 17 to hit.
That'll hit.
5 points of radiant damage.
Okay, you got one more shot like that in you?
Yeah, but I don't want to move it closer to me. Actually, well, it would explode if it hit. It would envelop Benny with that explosion regardless. So yeah, you know what? Let's just go ahead and give it a whirl. Let's go ahead and use a thorn whip for my regular action.
Let's just go ahead and explode Benny. I love it.
He'll be all right.
18 to hit.
18 does hit.
Need that d6. 2 piercing damage.
Only 2?
Only 2.
Okay, we're gonna need another one like that. Where are you pulling it to?
It is pulling 10 feet. Yep, 10 feet, so 1 square.
Okay.
That.
And then Nazir's ending your turn there?
That's it for my turn there.
All right, who's next?
Benny. So I make the save at the end of my turn, or
At the
start?
end of your turn.
Well, okay. I will take my no actions.
Yep.
And I will end my turn, and then I will roll a 3.
A 3,
All
you're
4.
still stunned.
Yeah.
Life's bad.
I'm happy to have occupied your time.
Does anybody else want to attack this
Ssah'ra,
monster?
you're up.
Okay.
Yeah, there's still a man on that bench, and then you got the big guy who is I really thought was dead last turn, but is not.
We tried, okay?
Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of this black guy first.
Okay.
Oh, the black token. Not the black guy. The black guy can stay.
Phrasing.
Yeah. This got dark really quick.
You don't even know if it's a guy. You haven't looked under his like tattered loincloth. Who knows?
Oh, does the 22 let me look under his loincloth?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Ooh, 5 points of piercing damage.
And it is bloodied.
Yeah, so I hit with butt. Yeah, it was a 13 hit.
It does. I'm sorry, it doesn't. 13 does not hit.
So sad.
Wide with the butt.
Womp womp.
Moving or staying put?
I'm gonna stay put.
Okay. Who's next?
Well, I didn't think my end spider would make it, but here we are.
I squeaked out one more round out of each of these creatures. So who's next?
Yeah, man spider.
Oh, man spider's next.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's next.
Yeah, he's just gonna frantically try to kill. So no, he's not. He's bloody. What am I thinking? He's gonna disengage and run off. He can make it to the end of the bench. Now who's next?
Now it's Nerium.
I don't really have anything that can really super affect this guy, so give me a wisdom saving from this guy.
You got something to do like 2 points of damage?
I have a 20. He really wants to live.
Yeah.
As he's running his way down the bench.
Yeah, that's the end of my turn.
All right, who's next?
Sahn's next.
All right, so I have 2 sources of disadvantage, but I'm going to take a shot at that as my action.
Okay.
That hits a nope.
Nope.
Bonus action, crossbow expert. Shoot at the eye again. There we go. That'll hit a 19.
That'll hit.
I can't do less than 5. I do a lot more. I do 10 piercing.
And that's enough. And the creature, its whole body falls down inert into this bed of salt, kicking up this corrosive cloud into the air, and moves no more.
Am I still afraid since
Nope.
it's dead now?
It's dead.
Okay. 5, 10, 15. Just going to sidle along past 20, 25, 30. That's the end
So
of
it
my turn.
didn't so it didn't noxious gas when it exploded?
It did not.
Oh, that's thankful.
That's another that's another question answered.
Who's next?
Next is White Token, who's out. So Peachberry, you're next.
If Peachberry doesn't finish off this guy here.
Well, I need an intelligence saving throw from that guy.
6.
Okay, well, he takes 6 points of psychic damage.
And that's enough. Now, I want to remind you guys, there's still 2 of these man spiders hiding somewhere in this room that got away from you. But for the time being, we can come off initiative. And actually, I think I'm just going to save this map here. Oh, I already have it here. Overwrite. There we go. Saltbert Wybert. We'll save it. All right.
Should I resist stun, or does that just fall off?
It'll fall off.
Okay.
Nothing else is going to attack you for the time being in here. Now, I'm going to go ahead and go dark for a few minutes while I add up a whole bunch of experience points. If you guys want to think about your blips. With the exception of Ssah'ra, because your artifact came undone, which is really embarrassing. It's like jumping into a swimming pool and losing your top.
So you can't reattune to it for like 3 long rests?
Ssah'ra needs to complete 3 long rests before she'll be allowed to reattune to the chain. She can attune to another
So I'm
artifact.
thinking we
So
I'm
if we
thinking
trade-
we trade.
Yeah.
Well, that trading's not going to happen this session. The
No,
effect
I
for
get it, I get it.
Ssah'ra is she cannot claim Cheska's attributes for blips.
I cannot give you my boots, Ssah'ra. I'm sorry. You do not have feet.
Ssah'ra can make use of the boots. If she wants to attune to the
okay.
boots, she absolutely...
Yeah, that's fair.
Just tie the laces together and then wrap them around her tail.
They just kind of like plop, 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 plop.
No. All right, so I'm gonna go dark and add. You guys got a bunch of experience. We got some tough encounters, some CR5 creatures, and some disgusting ads. You guys think of some blips. I'll be back in a few minutes.
I guess we'll have to talk about that over the week for the. Which one do you want? I'm happy to trade with you, but I really want to get 10 AP.
Fair enough.
I think I have 9.
I mean, I'm gonna get 60 on the cloak in a couple of sessions. So
Yeah.
So who was the most creative?
I wrote Nerium's Unseen Servants in my notes. Like, that was a
Yeah,
good
I like
idea.
that.
That just didn't pan
It
out.
was a good attempt, even if flawed.
It was not flawed. It was perfect. Brickroad was just. He just really wanted. He wanted me involved in the shark attack. It was a flawless plan with zero. The only thing wrong with it was Brickroad didn't want to play along. Stole me of my player agency.
Wah, wah, wah.
Who was the badass?
I didn't write anything.
Sahn. Machine guns.
I would have said Nazirr jumping in and turning into a shark to fight a bigger shark,
yeah, I actually like that.
or
Yeah, no, that was
or
pretty
Benny
good.
jumping in to save Nazirr from a bigger shark.
I like shark on shark violence. Who was the?
Wait, did we skip party goals?
Yeah, party goals. Who was the
I
party
wrote-
goals?
I wrote shielding Ssah'ra from getting it wailed on by 12 hits, but I think there are better goals. Or picking up the chain.
I mean, who messed with the orb?
That
Nazirr
was
did.
Nazirr.
Yeah.
I think that's the only thing that realistically I could say would be party goals.
Yeah, I'm okay with
That's
giving
always
Nazirr too.
such a vague one.
I want to give. Listen, Chris.
Yeah.
It's not a pity blip, but it's kind of a pity blip. Okay.
All right.
Uh-huh.
Who wants some experience points?
Everyone
I'll
loves
take it.
that.
I enjoy experience points.
For the giant shark and the four-armed razorvine blights, everybody has 520 experience points. That's 520. And then for the man spiders, the mind witness, and the gas spore, everybody is taking 400 experience points. So your total for the session is 920.
Neat.
And there's still 2 more of these guys hiding in the room. I'm sure that will... That problem... Well, that'll probably fix itself, I would imagine, early in the next session. All right. Who wants to make a case for some blips?
I can go.
Nerium, what would you like to say about what you've done today?
So I would like to take my alignment, neutral evil, everything is for my own amusement, for trying to get out of work. By saying I have this solution, right, that is both beneficial for me and beneficial for the crew and make this go faster. And then they still made me go down there.
It would go even faster if both you and the unseen servants were cleaning.
You don't think that, like, Double Owl and Tenacity couldn't just summon a bunch of unseen servants if that's what they wanted?
I mean,
Okay.
my then my flaw. There's no situation you cannot get out of without get out of with a bigger lie for my plan, for my spending the downtime to do crime, and the plan to basically frame the Golden Claw, mostly on a whim. It's like I just decided to do, like, yeah, that seems like a good use of my time.
That sounds like fun.
It's a solid plan.
Yep. To be fair, like the Golden Claw strikes me as the kind of person that's probably actually guilty of this anyway. But that's irrelevant to the current conversation.
You get halfway through framing him before you find out you just uncover the conspiracy you were about to accuse him of.
That would actually piss Nerium off.
She goes through all that trouble. Used up all that paint. Is that it for Nerium?
Yeah, that is it for Nerium.
Who's next?
I can go.
I heard Ssah'ra next.
Alright. So, alignment by any means necessary. That would be charging into the spiders once we've decided to go violence.
Okay.
For ideal, the yuan-ti Empire must rise from the ashes. That would be trying to see if Cheska wants to be freed, because every empire needs a good inquisitor.
Okay. So you're going to rebuild the empire with Cheska as chief inquisitor.
Yes.
This empire is terrifying. Who's next?
So just your standard yuan-ti Empire?
And then
It's just
flaws
Tuesday.
where means to power. That would be trusting in her artifact to keep her safe, only to having it fail and abandon her when she needed it most.
Oh, yeah, no. That failed you at the moment you really needed it not to. That was maybe the worst time to lose your benefit to armor class. So those creatures had multi-attack, 3 attacks, but they could trade 2 of them to spit web. So,
Web was spit.
and then I heard Nazirr, I believe.
Okay, I have my alignment. My alignment neutral, evil. Everything is expendable when Benedict is in danger for diving in, despite the fact that Benedict now has the ability to teleport out of danger.
I was hoping you wouldn't, but we made it work.
I have my flaw. Change? No change.
So you're claiming mug ducks?
For Mugduck. For not changing his mind about being in fist fighting range with a shark, even after he got chewed apart.
Okay.
And then I have my ideal. I'm a monster that destroys other monsters for his mental distress and drama surrounding the orb, and insisting that no, I don't trust. I do not trust tenacity to touch this fucking thing. So I'm gonna give it to Double Owl instead.
Well, it's his job. He's the...
I know,
Yeah.
but tenacity's not going anywhere near it.
I mean,
Not on your watch.
Well, how are you
Not
going to
on my
prevent
watch.
her from doing? Like, if she might be looking at it right now. She might be there right now, pondering her orb. You don't know.
I don't like that.
Who's next?
I can go.
I heard both of you at once, so let's just do Sahn first because alphabetical.
So I have my flaw. I'm taking Serenities. There is only now. Telekinetically restrained against the ceiling and panicking. Just keep shooting.
Just keep shooting, okay?
I've got my ideal exceed all expectations for blasting all of the creatures that were swarming over Ssah'ra back out of melee.
Okay.
And I've got my alignment lawful neutral. Each works for the good of all for instructing ice buoys to get Benny and Nazirr out from under the perilous salty ocean.
Yeah, I thought that was an interesting... I had to quickly make a ruling like, okay, how's this grapple going to work now? Because all I could do was drag him down, but now he's on this ice buoy. Seemed
That
to work
smells
out.
really good for a cantrip.
And then I have Benny.
Alignment, go by neutral good, go by the book. If that doesn't work, go with your heart. For volunteering to lacquer the boat without further description,
Okay.
despite it being a hazing ritual. I'm going to take Jenny's ideal. The one who ain't laughing is the butt of the joke for shielding Ssah'ra from the man spiders, and then, haha, what will your 6 hits do now, suckers?
Okay.
And then Flaw, do it for him for teleporting with the intent to go into or up on the ship, or like grab the rope or something, seeing Nazirr jump in after he's right before he leaves, and then reappearing on the shark and going, all right, I guess we're doing this.
And not turning into a sheep.
No, I had to buy that one.
If you had rolled that, you would have not been the first Flumph character to accidentally turn into a sheep as a result of wild magic.
Is she really a Flumph character?
Yeah, of course.
Now,
The shark would really love the sheep, though. Like, I would
I
ignore
would have
everybody
fallen
else.
straight into the water. Yeah, I was wounded. Well, the sheep has hit points, so it wouldn't have been
Right.
wounded. But it would have been wounded pretty quickly after.
All right. Who had the most creative solution to a problem this session?
We
Gave
said
that to
Nerium, her-
Nerium for the unseen servants.
Yeah.
Who did the most to further the party's goals?
Orb.
Is that Nazirr?
Yeah, Nazirr.
Yeah.
For
Nazirr
orb?
pondered the orb.
Pondered the orb. Who was the badass?
That was also Nazirr for jumping in and deciding to fight shark with shark. Shark on shark combat.
And who
Shark
was
Week.
who was intangible? It was Shark Week. Yeah, is that? I guess that's the
Shark
name
Week.
of the.
That's the name
That's
of
the
this.
episode name. Yeah.
That's the episode title right there.
Who was intangible?
That was Ssah'ra.
For what?
It's not a pity blip.
Oh, but it's yeah. Well,
Yeah.
Well, see, I think what Ssah'ra did is she equipped the Casey bat from Earthbound, where it's some high damage, but it only hits like 10% of the time.
Syrah's level 4. Is that correct?
Everyone's level 4.
Everyone's level 4. So blips
Yeah,
are worth 126. Nazirr, you have 4 and earned 5, so you're rolling over at least 3. Would you like to come in next week with 6?
Let me do some math and I'll tell you.
Sahn, you have 6 and you earned 3, so you're rolling over all those. Benny had
I think I'm rolling over 7. Let me double check the math. I'm rolling over 8. Yeah, I have to roll over 8, so I'm coming in with 2.
If you're rolling over 8, I've got you coming in next week with 1. You have 6, you earned 3.
Oh, yeah. Yep, you're right. Yep, 1 blip.
Benny,
So I can level up.
you earned 2. You have 2, you earned 3, so you want to come in next week with 5?
Yeah.
Nerium has 5, earned 3. So you have to roll over at least 2.
Okay.
You want to come in
It's
next week with
120 with what?
126.
Okay. Well, I'm going to see if I can't make level 5. I probably can't make it because my character missed a session, but
I missed a
Yeah,
session. You guys apparently didn't kill anything more than any XP without me.
Ssah'ra, you have
I don't think
6
we did.
and earned... I don't think Ssah'ra's ever spent a blip, has she?
I haven't either.
No.
And you've earned...
Earning all flips, I am still 200 XP shy, so
So would you like to come in next week with 6?
I would like to come in next week with 6.
And Ssah'ra, you have to cash in at least 4.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
So I've got Nazirr, Nerium, Ssah'ra coming in with 6, Benny coming with 5, Sahn coming in with 1, and Sahn is the first one to reach level 5, which
I'm
is...
also reaching level 5.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, that's just disgusting that the fighters both reach level 5, because fighters at level 5, that's like a
Get
DM's
extra
nightmare.
That's why I haven't been sending blips.
Also, Ssah'ra cleared 10 on the chain. Now, you are not for the moment attuned to the chain, but I think, as the person who has spent the most time attuned to the chain, it is fair to ask Ssah'ra, what is one thing that would make the item easier to use?
Not having it leave me when I need it at the most. Right that though.
You don't have to answer this question right now. Just give it a ponder for next week, and we can figure out what.
Hey, Britt,
aptitude
can we
does for you.
confirm I have my cloak at 20 AP? In my notes?
I have cloak at 19. Is
the blip not count for, or does pulling the blip not count for 1?
I credit you for the blip.
I did 4 charges this week.
I don't know what we were at last week.
15.
Then yeah, that would put you at 20. I must have missed one of the charges somewhere.
Yeah, there's a lot going on when I take my turn. Sorry.
Alright.
So question on the chain.
Yeah.
So right now it says when you take an action to detach the chain from an object you are wearing or carrying, you may spend a bullet to immediately fix it to another object. Would it be too powerful to let you use an action to swap the object without spending a blip?
No, I can make that change. The one difference is if you spend a blip with an artifact, you gain AP for it. So you'd be able to use an action to swap right away without spending any resources, but you also wouldn't get an AP for it. Does that sound like a fair trade-off?
It's so hard for you to get AP already.
Yeah.
Well, you can always do either. Like it's not like we're removing the other ability, are we?
Well, that's what I'm checking right now. I'm trying to remember what because I think before it's like you couldn't. It was like it took a long time to swap it. I think initially without spending a blip.
There are a couple blip passive properties with the chain that we haven't seen used.
Yeah, let me read details. I don't want to hold it.
Yeah, you can. No, it's fine. We're done for the day, but you can give it a think over the week, and we can do it for the next session.
What do you
Excellent.
have me at for AP? Is it? I think I have 9.
I have, so right now I've got Nazirr standing on 20 on the drum. Sahn standing 21 on the drum, because you just claimed a Mugduck blip.
Yeah.
I've got Sahn standing 20 on the cloak. I've got Benny at 9 on the boots.
Oh, 9. Can I burn like a blip to just dodge right now and get 10?
I've got Nerium at 16 on the choker and Ssah'ra at 10 on the chain. So we're looking to improve the chain next. And yeah, when we come back next week, we'll find out. I'm sure those 2 guys that got away from you aren't going to do anything terrible. I'm sure they're just...
I'm sure they have nothing but the best of intentions.
Yeah, they're just going to hide in the corner.
They just jumped into the salt water and died.
Right.
It's fine.
They're gone
just give
now.
us the XP now.
Yeah, might as well just give us the XP. now.
They're CR like 1/2 creatures. They're not even worth that much. All right, that's it. Thanks so much for playing, guys.
Cheers.
Good
Have a good
night.
night.